of biblical history. Here in Houston, we are back. First Shabbat.
Biblical history of practical knowledge.
Yeah. ISBHPK. We are back. First Shabbat after the Passover. It was a nice Passover. We had fun, got together, got it in real quick. It was too short. Sometimes I wish these times could last forever. But it will in the kingdom. By Hashem Yahawashi. We are located at 231 FM 1092. Our class days and times have not deviated. So if you know us, you know us. We also got a Virginia location at 2610 Granby Street. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, same 7 to 9. Rochester, the new school, 1600 Lau Ave, Suite 1A. Their class times are the same as Virginia's. We also have a location out in San Antonio, and all of us got together. If you weren't here, you missed the Passover, you know what? By the graces of the Most High, we'll have another one next year, and you can be there. All right? So tune in, keep learning, keep striving, keep fighting for the truth. If you just watch online, find a way to make the class. If you're in the Virginia area, find a way to make it to the school. If you're in the New York area, hey, if you're not close to Rochester, make the pilgrimage. Do it for a weekend. Drive up there, go to class. Come to class, visit the brothers and sisters, rub elbows with brothers and sisters. Get your mind ready for the Passover. Not just the Passover as far as the holy day, but the real Passover with us leaving out of America. All right. We got other forums to get the info and to receive knowledge and wisdom through the blog talk, hosted by Priest Mashaba. We got Banabah, Tazapah on there. That's Tuesday and Thursdays. We got other YouTube channels that we like you to like, share, and subscribe. Check those out. If you're subscribed to this one, you'll see all the other ones in the link underneath the page. Edgewell wear. We got the fringed up. You get your headband and a t-shirt. If you're subscribed to that, it's still coming. It is still coming. We have Hebrew Academy in Rochester and Virginia every Monday, and here in Houston we do it every Tuesday. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Kwatazak at 303-557-8979. And please text only during class. But outside class hours, feel free to call them, text them, however you want to reach out to them. We have a business that would like to actually support. It's called Sweet Ambiance. You can find us in the mall. You can find us online, sweetambiance.com. Lots of good smelling stuff. Brothers and sisters put in good work for good quality work. Good quality products. Soaps, bath bombs, bath salts, customized oils, so you're not smelling like everybody else. So you're not smelling like a basic Sauvage or a basic Blue Day Chanel. You got something customized, only you got it. So check us out online or check us out in the malls. If you want to make any donations, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That info should be there on the screen. We also have Cash App, or you can Zelle. If you want to mail anything, please hit up Priest Kwatazak, and he'll give you a good address where you can mail any items that you want to send to the school to help beautify the school, whether it be pictures, paintings, or for educational purposes, new computers, laptops, books, apocryphers, Bibles, dictionaries. But if there's anything that you want to send that you feel that would edify your people, our people, please hit up Priest Kwatazak, and he'll give you a good address to send those items. For the announcements, Aymayim Panyua Yerushalayim. Barakatah Yahawashi.
Barakatah Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'a. Lathalinawa. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Bahasham
Yahawashi.
Hawa'a. Lathalinawa.
Rayach.
Na'achaka. The water. Aman.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms 141 verse 2 says, let my prayers be set forth before thee as incense.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Hawa'a.
Lathalinawa. Hashabah. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Ainesha. Ayam Yah. Al-Aharyam. Na'aya. Yahawa'a. Isaiah. Yahawa'a. Ma Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'a. Lanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yashala. Yahweh. Shemaria. Yahweh. Tazaliah. Al. Yum Yah. Yad. Hashamash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawum. Wala'a. Halabana. Bayalala. Yahweh. Yashamar. Makol. Rad. Yashamar. Napashia. Yahweh. Shemaria. Hawalakia. Yahawa'a. Ma'aitan. Wa'ai walam. Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Shema Yashala. Yahweh Alahai Noah. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Alahai Noah. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh Alahai Noah. Yahweh Achad.
Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6. Abanawa, Shabashamayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Lathalinawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalak Nawa, Kabawak Nawa, Kasalak Nawa, Kabawak Yenawa, Wala'ah, Labianawa, Banisai one, Abo, Hawashai Nawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Lika,
9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ha. Asherah. Matazawa.
Ten Commandments.
La'a. Yahaya. Laka. Alahayim. Ahayim. Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'a. Ta'aisha. Laka. Basal. Wala'a. Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a. Talakwa'ah. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh, thy power, in vain.
Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabah. Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Abaka. Wa. Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a. Daratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a. Dana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a. Takamad.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a. Ta'ayna. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a. Takamad. Ko. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahawashi.
Yahawashi.
The water.
Tamya.
Aman.
Yeshabim, which means to be seated.
All right, so let's get down. So that was the opening prayers as we do every week. The reading is a little different because of the Passover. We're not in Leviticus, we're in Deuteronomy. Okay, we're going to be in Deuteronomy, so it's not going to be lined up with what we've been reading, but we'll get back on track with the reading next week. And we may be switching the reading up completely going forward, but I'll let y'all know about that. The whole purpose of the reading is to read the entire Bible. So what we've been seeing is that we're not getting the entire Bible. That's why we have to add the Apocrypha. There's a lot of books that we don't read on the Sabbath. So we're gonna probably switch it up going forward, but not immediately, where we read through, starting from Genesis, and just read through the whole scripture. So we'll probably read 3 or 4 chapters a week. Yeah, that way we can get through the whole entire scriptures. So that's for future. Just kind of giving y'all a heads up. Let's salute in the first reader. Where's number 1? Is he right there? Oh. Mike, you bring a smile to my face.
Yahawashi, Ban Yasharallah.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawashi, Ban Yasharallah. I Michael. Barak.
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Barakatham.
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Barakatham.
You coming up here with him. They gotta go.
Oh, you might take this one. Leave that.
Yeah, please. Hey. So we're at Deuteronomy 14 and verse 22. Again, because of the Passover, the reading is a little different this week. So let's see what we have in store. What are we going to talk about? I'm actually good now. Yeah, I've been clear at the water. Yeah, I've been watered off. Fought off the demons. You can start.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14 and verse 22. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed that the field bringeth for year by year. And thou shalt eat before thy Lord, the Lord thy God, in the place which he shall choose, to place his name there. The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil.
Right. So I like going to this chapter because there's a big there's always debate amongst Israel, and this is one of the topics of debate. What are tithes? What constitutes tithing? And Israel, amongst the Israelite community, it's corn, wine, human, right? Herbs. They think that it's only limited to those things. But as we're going to read through the law, we're going to see that tithing wasn't limited to just a few items. It could be money, it could be cattle, it could be the herbs, the cumin, the corn. It could be all those different things. Whatever you decided was sufficient and what the priest needed. And also, if you were journeying from far lands, whatever you can carry, right? If you're coming all the way 300, 400, 500 miles away, you wouldn't be able to carry or bring a bunch of cattle to make it to tithe for the feast, or as you for the Lord in the place which he shall choose, right? So if the place was Jerusalem, but you lived all the way in, let's say you lived in India, right? Or let's say you lived in some far eastern region, you weren't going to travel with a bunch of cattle to make it to the feast in time, right? Or you weren't going to travel with a bunch of corn stalks or a train of asses to bring substance. And the scripture is going to tell us you can change that for money. And then you can rebuy the things when you get into the land that the Most High chose to have the feast, or you can just give the money. So the problem with a lot of people, the problem with our people is what? They don't read. They don't search the scriptures. They don't go through the little nuances of the law to understand, well, it's not what you thought it was. It wasn't just one thing or the other. The Most High made it. Remember, the scriptures say the law is not grievous, right? Meaning it's not hard. It's not hard. Like we do the Feast of Unleavened Bread, it's not hard to understand. Just don't eat bread. Right? You sitting there checking 50 million. You going through all the ingredients and look what's yeast and what's that. Like they sprinkle yeast on everything. They put it on chips. Does it make the chips rise? Was that even the point? No, it wasn't. It wasn't the point. The point was that whole thing was don't bring the old into the new. But we make everything so technical and try to make everything so pinpoint. Where the Most High said it's not grievous, it's not hard.
Right.
Just don't bring old bread into the new land. right? Your tithes could be whatever you wanted it to be. That was your first fruit of your increase. Watch. Let's read on. For those of y'all out there online that don't understand what tithing is, it wasn't about the thing you gave. It was about you giving. This was set up. Why? Somebody tell me why did the Most High set up you having to give, what is it, a 10%? Right? Why did he say give 10%? Somebody. Y'all know. Come on. Why? Marcy.
Was it for the priests? And I know you've gone through it before. You said the Most High doesn't need it. It's just where you stand with him. And obviously, the priests never got paid, so it's to also give them as well.
Yeah, one of the points is the priests, the fatherless, the widow, the poor. You had the priests at the temple, the fatherless, the widow, and the poor, where they hung out at the temple. Why? Well, the priest was the head of those. He was like their head. That's who they dealt with, right? A widowed woman, she didn't have a man, so who was she dealing with for guidance and counsel?
Right.
Unless she had brothers or uncles, but she still had to go see the priest, right? The poor, who did they go to? Remember, this ain't church. This wasn't church. How church is open on Sunday, but then you go on Monday, it's not open. It's not open for your convenience. Now, remember the time, a lot of us weren't around, but remember the time when you can knock on the church door late at night, rainy, right? Your car is stranded.
Back in the day, yeah.
You knock on the church door and the little old crippled priest comes out, right, with his little robe, and how can I help you, my son? And he puts you in the house and he gives you a hot cup of soup and throws you in the bed, right? Remember that? That's kind of what the church was set up for, the community, where the community was supposed to have access at all times. It wasn't a business that were open on Sunday from 8 to 12, then we close for lunch, and then we come back for noon service, 2 to 6. Then Monday we're closed, Tuesday we're closed. We'll see y'all on Wednesday prayer meeting, right? Friday, you see what I'm saying? It's a business now that doesn't cater to the community. So the temple was set up the same way, where you can go to the temple. It didn't shut down. There was no, you never read like, and at 6 p.m. the temple gates were shut, the priests went home, they went to sleep. No, they were on 24-hour duty. That's why there were like 6,000 priests. Why? To minister and cater to all the people, whatever they needed. So there needed to be things brought to the temple for the service of the people and of the priests, right? But she still didn't answer my question. She told me what it was for, who it was for, but why did the Most High have to institute it? Thou shalt surely tithe all thine increase of thy seed. That's a commandment. So why did he do that? Y'all still on Passover mode? I haven't turned down, so I've been running and gunning since Passover, so I haven't even went into Passover mode. So what's that, sis?
Priest, I really don't know, so I need it to be explained. I mean,
Well,
I would say
go ahead, what?
that they would put that increase before the Most High.
Say that again?
They would put the increase before the Most High.
Say it a little bit louder.
They would put the increase before the Most High.
Right. They would look at their increase and not want to, they would glory in their increase and do what? What do people do when they get the little increase at the job, or the little increase of anything? They disappear. They don't want to be around. They don't want to disperse. They don't want to give. We went through the whole questions y'all asked yesterday, right? Remember with the 5,000, with the multitude of 5,000, the 2 fish, the 5 loaves. And it was a lad, a young man, that brought the 2 fish and the 5 loaves to give to the multitude. Not looking at the multitude of 5,000, but looking at how can I help. Our people is not in the mind of how can I help. They're in the mind of how can I take, but not give back. How can I use, how can I get help? But then when it's time for them to, when they come up when they get their come up, right? What tends to happen? We see it all the time. You forget about the stepping stone that you stepped on. You forget about what you came up off of. Many of brother and sisters have came up off the back of the school. And truthfully, a lot of them ain't around to even say, hey, you know what? I remember when y'all were there for me, when y'all fed me, y'all clothed me, right? Y'all put me in the house, y'all gave me a job, y'all did this, y'all did that. They live in lavish, some of them. Not all, some. But the thought is not, how do I even give a little morsel back to what was given to me? So the Most High had to institute this. Why? Because he knew Israel's heart. That when we got it, we fade to the back with our little increase of corn. You gonna hoard your corn, hoard your wine. Oh, that's my cattle. I don't want to give. I don't want to give that. I can't afford it. Think about it. Just look at businesses today. Just look at business. You got the CEO of United Airlines. I was watching an interview with him, and they were talking about just in this first quarter, they're projected to make, even with all that's going on, they're projected to make like $6 billion in profits. But then think about a plane ticket. You got a one-way ticket to anywhere is like $500, $600. It's insane. And what does he say? Well, it's the gas price's fault. If you're about to make $6 billion, why don't you just cut the prices real quick, make $1 billion in profit? Profit, think about it. Profit is after everyone's paid. All your bills and finances and expenses are paid. You got $6 billion just sitting. That's where they get their little bonuses and all those different things, but they're not in the mind of the people. Like, wait a minute, they're paying a retarded amount of money for a plane ticket. Listen, check this out. I looked up a plane ticket to Virginia for next year. It's $900. That's two-way round trip. One way is $5. One plane ticket to go one place is $900. And that's next year. Usually when you book or you early, you get the early bird discount. Not today. Not in this life. But they're not looking out. So the Most High didn't want us to operate like the Gentiles and not look out for each other. So he instituted tithing. Amongst other things, there was other things that were instituted. The peace offering, the wave offering, the sin offering, the heave offering. It's like, how many offerings does the Most High got to institute? Now, I want y'all to think about this. Does the Most High take more than what's needed? No, right? Remember when we had to give to the temple to build the temple? And then Moses went and said, the people give much, and the Most High said, okay, stop taking from them, that's enough. The Most High is not going to take more than what's needed. But think about how many things he had to institute just to get what was sufficient. Wave offering, heave offering, sin offering, peace offering, goodwill offering. That's 5 different offerings, plus tithes, right? Plus whatever offering you had to give if you were cleansed from some disease or if you went through some purification. That was all not for the Most High to eat and have, but it went to the priests. So think about it. Why did he have to institute the multitude of these things? Well, because we weren't going to be in the mind to give to even to the ones that service us. It's funny. I keep having these conversations. Me and Kazakia, again, we had this conversation just talking about Passover and going back into, the struggle it took. And it wasn't a struggle, but just the hard work the sisters had to put in. And, some of that could have been avoided if brothers and sisters were aware of what was going on and aware of their part. And I said this before in class, and I'm going to say it again. I said this right before the Passover, and I'm going to reiterate it, and you're going to hear me say this a lot. You brothers that ain't got no ribs, remember, the brothers that got ribs are the ones that are having them sacrifice and do everything for you first when it comes to garments. It doesn't matter what garment it is. Passover, unity, right? Y'all stuff gets worked on first. you brothers without ribs that don't sow and come and participate in that way. So it should be in your best interest, in all fairness and equality, to say, you know what? Let me get my money in for my garment or whatever it is promptly, quickly, so that way, if I'm being put on the front burner and everyone else is being put on the back burner, they can get me out the way, then they can get on to the next set of brothers. But what tends to happen is there's no awareness of of how things are being done, and that we are putting brothers first, and then the ones that are doing, they tend to suffer because now they got to rush to do their husband's garments. They got to rush through it just to make the deadline. But think about it. If the mind was about, if there was a less selfish mind state, that's what I'm going to use, the word because it is selfish. It is selfish that if my rib ain't here to participate, at least let me get all my funds in and get my things set up so that the sisters can be able to just function, so that the other parts of the body don't suffer. So we were talking about that in this spirit of selfishness, and it's not just here, because there's not just ribless brothers here. It's in all the schools, right? There's brothers, there's VA. God damn, it's cold. Please, just give me 1 degree up. This is a bad place to sit. I'm about to start switching my seat. I'm right under the AC. I can't do it. But there has to be a mind, man, that what are we doing and what are we trying to build? Like, let me ask y'all a question. Do I know your bank account? Nope. Do I know your bank account?
Nah.
Do I know your bank account?
Nah.
No, right? Now, so obviously it's not about having your bank and being able to access and take from you, right? Whenever I want. But do we not need stuff?
We do.
Do we not, as a body, as a school, to get the motion going, do we not require that everyone put in some shape, form, or fashion? Right. So, but that has to be the mind that whatever y'all are doing and giving, your time, your money, your resource, whatever it is, it ain't going to me. I'm broke as hell like y'all. I just know how to manage money better than y'all. That's all it is. I'm just smarter than you in money. I know how to manage it. So it appears like, oh, how come he gets this and he gets that? Because I know how to manage money. I know how to not spend on frivolous things. That's why. That's all it is. My money wisdom is a little bit more, it's a little better. I went through my little trials of blowing money early. So now that I'm a little bit more experienced, I know how to manage my finances, and it looks a certain type of way. That's all it is, but I ain't making no money. So whatever y'all are giving for, when you send your money in and it's like, oh, land money and this money and that money and school rent and all that goes to what you say it goes to, or what you want it to go to. It don't go to me, it don't go to my gas, it don't go to my lights, it don't go to nothing. We pay the school, we pay this expensive ass internet, right? We pay the AC so everybody can be in here nice and crispy on those warm, muggy days, right? Or on those real cold days, we got heat. All these things are for the service of y'all, not me, not Kazak, not Zion, none of the brothers. We don't take none of that. But isn't it required to give?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you go to church, who in here went to church? Right? Grew up in the church. When they passed that basket around, did you smack the basket out the next person, like out of the person that was handing it to you out their hand? Like, nah, I ain't giving it. I ain't doing that. Did you shy away from the basket? You shrunk to the back? You avoided it? You might have when you was, your broke week. The week when you didn't have it, you
Pass it along.
You just kind of, right? But the point that I'm making is, you were there, you believed in what they were saying, you participated in the learning, you gave back to what you were getting. Now, why did the Most High have to institute it as law? Well, because Israel again, they'll take and take. They'll be in the mode of just, sometimes it's selfish, sometimes it's forgetful, sometimes it's just lack of awareness. I don't want to say that brothers and sisters is completely selfish, because y'all are not. But sometimes y'all lack the awareness of what really is happening. Again, we have brothers that made some real frivolous moves concerning themselves and putting themselves over. I'll say it. You have brothers that got their little increase, right? Tax season. You claimed 15 kids. You got a lot of money, and then what did you do? Well, now you got to rent a car. Now you got a bunch of new shoes. Now you got a bunch of new clothes, right? You flossing. You looking good. But we needed land money. We need to locate. Nobody gave. Like, I don't remember. There was specific brothers that gave to the location. That said, hey, this is money for the location. Hey, this is money for the land. It fell on a few brothers, but the ones that was out with the new rental car and the new Jordans and the new this and the new that flossing, they didn't give nothing. Then you know what the coldest part is? They get back to their respective cities. When the rental car got to go back to the renter, and you get back and you ain't got no phone bill money. How?
That's what usually happens.
I ain't got no phone bill money, but you filed taxes and got a couple of grand, a couple of G's. But because when you got your increase, you forgot about the ministry. You forgot about the work that we're doing. So now everything you do is gonna be what? It's gonna be faulty. It's gonna lack. We read about yesterday the son that asked his father for his inheritance went and it said he lived riotously and blew it. And then the famine came and he was begging. He was ready to go out there. We didn't finish the story, but he was out there trying to eat the corn husks with the pigs to get full. That's how low he got. But if he would have sat back and learned what he was supposed to do according to his inheritance and his blessing would have kept. It would have just kept going. It would have kept going. He wouldn't have been in want. A lot of us get in this wanting stage, this needy stage, because when you do get, you forget who gave. I didn't give it to you, so I don't want it. The Most High gave it to you. If you're here, help. Even if you got free time, hey, what can I do? I got free time this week. You know, I got a couple of extra days off from work. Is there anything that's needed? You know what I mean? There's only a select few people that do that. And it's the same ones over and over. And it becomes burdensome to them. But go to, just on that point, go to Corinthians real quick. We got to remember, it's not about overburdening one. And we go here all the time. It's repetitive to me. I feel like a parakeet. I feel like a recorder. I feel like so repetitive, but I gotta say it. Go to 2 Corinthians 8 and 13. The giving, the tithing, this institution of giving wasn't about one man being overburdened. One person giving, one person doing their thing. It was supposed to be all of us. To bring everybody into an equal mind, into an equal space. There be equality. Remember when the apostles, it said they brought everything, all the lands that they had sold and everything, and they laid it at the apostles' feet? And they distributed it so that there was equality amongst all of them? What does that tend to do? Well, that takes away the infighting. Wars, he said, whence cometh wars and fighting amongst you? It cometh of your lusts. Because he got it, but I don't. So damn, how do I get it? Now you're rolling covetously. Well, I don't got it, but he wants it. How do I protect it? Now you're moving selfishly. But if there's an equality, and I'm not saying that I got to have everything y'all got, and vice versa, but the mind that if we're all putting in, and we're all equally, I'm going to use this word, invested. Some of us are more invested than others. So that's why it's so easy for some of y'all to leave the truth. You haven't invested nothing. You haven't invested your time, your spirit, your money. Think about it. What do people show what do people show or do to show that they're with something? I'm down for this business. You know what? I'm gonna be a silent investor. Here goes $3 million, right? Here goes this. Here goes that. Here goes my time. Here goes my voice. But if there's no investment, it's easy for you to walk away. Don't y'all get it? The Most High is trying to make y'all accountable. Hold you accountable for what is going on. Not just that I'm accountable. I know my accountabilities. Right. Not just Kazakia or Zion is accountable. We know that we're accountable. We know that. But the accountability has to be spread across the board, where it's an equal accountability. It's a accountability and liability. There's no liability either. You're only liable for your own selves. But who would be willing to be liable for the school if we couldn't pay the rent? Who would be liable for the cable if we couldn't pay it? If something happened and we just happened to not be able to pay it one month, who would step up and say, you know what, I'll be liable for that. I'll take care of that. Or would it fall on the same individuals that it's been falling on? I'll let y'all think about that. Read that scripture.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 13.
Read.
For I mean not that other men be eased,
right,
and ye burdened.
Yeah, it's not about the burden being put on y'all. The burden is on me. The burden is on us. Right? The burden should be an equal burden. Now, you're going to be burdened with different things than what I'm burdened with. Like I asked y'all the other day, who wants it? Which one of you brothers want the phone? This right here represents the leadership. Who wants it? You ready? You want that burden? Here you go. You ready? Mike. Right? So, but do you not have burdens?
I do have burdens.
Do you not have burdens? Do you not have things you got to be liable for? Right? The burdens are different. The burden is there for everyone, but it's different levels of burden. Now, I'm not saying that my burden is less or more important than anybody else's burden, but the things that I'm liable for, they're a lot more intensive as far as the magnitude. Now, you're liable. Everyone's liable for something, right? But again, who's ready to be liable for what we got going on as far as a school, a body, a camp, whatever you want to call it? Who's ready to be liable for those things in their own ways? Read on.
Verse 14. But by an equality.
But by what?
But by an equality.
Yeah, the liability is not supposed to be just heavy on one or two or three individuals. It should be an equal opportunity investment. Right? It's equal investment, man. You invest this, and we all should be bearing the same weight after a time. I get it, you've been here a year. You've been here, I get it. Brothers ain't been here the amount of time to really understand. Like your tenure of investment ain't there. If you look at other brothers. Fine. That's understandable. Some of you sisters, your tenure ain't the same tenure as other sisters. But tenure don't mean nothing. You know why it doesn't mean nothing? Because you could be here for 15 years and be a damn reprobate. You could be here 15 years and just be a 15-year student and really never put in. So time means nothing to me. It don't mean nothing to the Most High. It's what are you doing with the time? I've seen we promoted Shaquat. He only been here 3 years. He's blown past cats that have been here for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. He's officer over brothers that been here for 18 years. So time don't tell me about, I ain't been here that long. I don't give a damn. Brothers are proving it, that it ain't about your time, it's about what you do with it. How you invest your time. So all of us gotta evaluate, reconstruct in our minds, wait a minute, how am I investing? Where am I putting my abundance? Because we're dealing with these tides and increase. My abundance of whatever it is that I have, where am I putting it? Where am I investing it? Am I investing it into the body? Or is it just being wasted? A wasted investment. Read on.
That now at this time,
Right?
your abundance may be a supply for their wants.
Right. So there's a changing of the guard to bring us to equality. When a brother and sister first gets into the knowledge, they don't have all the different pieces to put together to be able to give. They're here to take. They're here to be poured into, right? But then after you've been poured into and your cup runneth over, right? It's just running over and running over. You're supposed to be able to take what's been put into you and now administer it to someone else that needs. Y'all see that? Y'all understand me? Y'all understand what the scriptures are saying? Most importantly, read on.
That their abundance also may be a supply for your wants.
Right. So when you got that abundance, you were supposed to bring that supply to the priests, to the temple. But then what did the priests do? Did they just hoard it? They had a room full of corn. They had a room full of cattle. They got cattle out in the field plowing and doing all that, but then they had another room of animals just, we got to hold on to these because you just never know. They'd lock them in a room so nobody could see them and just hoarded all the extra. No. What did they do? They went, they sold stuff, they changed it, they exchanged for things that were other things that were needed. For who? Who was it for? Who was it for? Yeah, the people. When you came to that temple and you needed something, you was broke, you fell on hard times, who could you run to? You would run right to that temple and get what you needed. Whatever you gave, it was there for you to be able to pull from. I said it the other day, it's a blessing that we even have a little bit of, sometimes, brothers want to need to borrow money, right? There was a time when we didn't have that. We didn't have nothing to pull from because nobody was giving anything. But now, by the graces of the Most High, we have a little bit where if a brother needs to borrow a few bucks, it's like, yeah, here. Or a sister needs to borrow a few bucks, it's like, yeah, we got it. But imagine not even being able to do that for your people, not even being able to lend them money without usury. Where they got to go deal with the white man. Oh, I got to go get a loan, $5,000 loan, and then you got to pay back 10.
Yep.
Right?
Payday loans.
Yeah, you stuck in payday loans where you can come deal with Israel. Us, we're not going to deal with the usury and all those different things, but it sucks when you don't have it. It sucks when it's not even an option. That's the part that irks me, where it's like, man, we don't even have the option for our people. They got to go deal with these other options that are not meant to help them get off their feet or benefit them. So, go ahead.
That there may be equality.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 15. As it is written, he that had gathered much had nothing over, and he that had gathered little had no lack.
Yeah, you might be a better gatherer than me. Not for lack of effort or anything like that. You just might have gathered more. But it's like, well, I don't need these 2 baskets. You got 8, I got 12 baskets. There goes 2 for you. Now we both got what? Who's good at math? We both got 10, right? Now, did those 2 baskets that you gave up, did they change your life status? Did they make you go broke? Right? You know how people say, oh, $2 ain't gonna break me. $2 ain't gonna make or break me. That should be the mind state. Mm-hmm. That it's not gonna make or break you. That if you have the abundance, you should be willing to say, you know what? Who needs to be caught up? Right? Who needs to be equal? How do we get everybody on this equal standing? Jump back. These things were instituted because Israel as a whole is selfish as hell, man.
That's true.
They don't want to give. They want to hoard things. They want to be sufficient in all things, but they don't want to see how do you become sufficient in all things. Well, you got to learn how to give things. That's why it's hard for us to get when it's time, because I just said it yesterday.
Storing up.
Huh?
You're not storing up. Storing
That,
up
but
treasure.
we're predisposed as youngins to think about ourselves first, right? So go back to Deuteronomy.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14 and verse 23.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there.
Right.
The tithe of thy corn, of thy wine,
Right.
and of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herds and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God.
You know what to call it? You know what the wackest thing about our people is? They'll cry about, oh, tithes ain't money. It's corn, oil, and wine. And it's like, well, when's the last person to bring a bottle of oil up to the podium so we could anoint you? You see my point?
God.
You cry about it, but then nobody even thinks like, hey, let's bring a bottle of oil up, bottle of olive oil, because I want to be anointed at some point, right? So you're not even thinking about yourself. You just watch the bottle dwindle. Then it's like, hey, priest, I want to be anointed. And it's like, oh, well, ain't no oil, sorry. But have you ever heard that come out of my mouth? There ain't no oil, sorry. No, we make sure that it's there, regardless of what the minds of the people is. We make sure that the things that are needed for the service are there. We can't wait on nobody. I'm not waiting on anybody to check to see how many coals we got, how much frankincense and myrrh we got, what the candles are looking like. I check on that, because I can say it 50 times, but y'all just gonna forget. So I make sure that stuff is there, or the brothers make sure that stuff is there. Why? Because it has to be there. As soon as we come with the excuse like, oh, it's not there, the liability falls on who?
Priest. The head.
Right.
Right.
Right? Y'all gonna look at me like, what the hell's his problem? Why he ain't got no oil up there? But the Bible says to bring your oil. I love it, man. It just, I love it. Read it again.
Verse 23. And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God,
Right.
in the place which he shall choose
Uh-huh.
to place his name there.
Uh-huh.
The tithe of thy corn,
Right.
of thy wine.
When's the last time anybody brought any type of canned goods to the school just to have? I don't need it. I don't want it. But when's the last time anybody thought, you know what? I'm gonna go over to the grocery store and I got to shop. Let me get a few extra cans of just whatever. It ain't gotta be nothing expensive. You ain't gotta go to Whole Foods, spend up all your little food stamp money, right? But when's the last time anybody said, man, let me get a couple of cans of corn? They're cheap, right? $1, 89 cents.
Around there.
You can even just get the Great Value brand. It's the same as Del Monte or whatever, right? It's the same. But when's the last time anybody had that thought? Man, I gotta get water for my house. Let me grab a few bottles of water for the school. I know the brother does it. I know he does it, but let me ease his burden of having to buy 50 cases of water. Right?
So con.
Woo! Go ahead.
And of thine oil, and the firstlings.
Right. Who asked about Passover? Hey, I know we need the Manischewitz. I know we need that. Y'all need it? We know we gotta do the communion, right? We need the Manischewitz, we need the bitter herb, we need the bread. Who asked? Online? Who asks? It ain't just y'all. Who asks? Who asks in Virginia? Who asks in Rochester? Right. That's my point. You can't bitch about it and then not want to give towards it. You can't bitch about what it is and then you complain and then you still don't give what you complain about. Well, it ain't money. Okay, well, we don't want your money. How much oil? How much wine? How much canned goods? You put it in the schools. We got 3 schools, right? 4 schools, right? Now, if something happened, where's everybody gonna run to get their supplies? It's gonna be right in the back of that damn school, pulling toilet paper and every little thing you can scrounge for, right? To make sure you're good. But who's putting anything back there? Virginia, Rochester, San Antonio. I'll put them on blast. I don't give a damn. Who's doing it? Who's asking? Nobody. It's always the liability is always on the ones that are thinking about it. Y'all got to think too. The liability of thinking don't have to be on just the head. It got to be on y'all too. If you're thinking about your house, what about here? What about the house of the Lord? If you can do it for your house and you say, man, I'm about to go food shop, let me spend $10 on the school. Now, I'm not saying this for everybody to feel all bad and all of a sudden y'all start flooding the school with with stuff like the priest said. Why am I saying that? Well, go back to 2 Corinthians 8. Start at verse 11. I don't want nobody to feel guilty. Nope, this ain't a guilt trip. This ain't none of that. This is a stark reminder of what the Bible says. This ain't my rules. This ain't what I'm putting down. It ain't none of that, man. Y'all get that, right? Yeah, because I don't need it. I don't need it. That's the thing. And even if I did, I wouldn't rely on brothers and sisters like Paul to supply it. I'd have to just suck it up, man. Right? Read 2 Corinthians 8 and verse 11.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 11. Now therefore, perform the doing of it, that as there was a readiness to will.
There was a what?
Readiness to will.
There should be a readiness in you already, not me saying it that makes you ready. You should be ready because the Bible says it. The readiness in you should be because you're here and you're watching and you're seeing and you're saying, damn, let me add to what's being added to me. Go ahead.
So there may be a performance also out of that which ye have.
And then you perform in your readiness. Not because I'm saying for you to perform, because you're not performing for me. Don't y'all get it?
Go ahead.
You're not singing and dancing and chucking and jiving from. You're not jesting for me. You're not a spectacle for me. Right? I'm going to tell you to sit the hell down. I don't care to see that. You're performing for the Most High. But what are you performing? Well, let's remove all the things that. Let's just remove everything. Let's just clear the table. Forget about garments. Forget about class. Forget about kids' class. Forget about sisters' meetings. Forget about the mall, the truck. Forget about all the, I call them the formal things that we know are there and we just got to do. Those things are formal. But what about the little small things that get overlooked? Little small detailed things that get overlooked that you got to have a keen eye to see like, oh, this is lacking over here. And I can supply it. Let me do it. Again, I'm going to use something as small as oil. You know why? Because we run through it. That bottle was full. That bottle was full before Passover. We anointed like a bazillion people. Right? But I'm watching for it to say, okay, before it gets to a certain level, bring a bottle of olive oil. But who else is doing that? I'm using something so small and minuscule. I know it's like, damn, why does he keep talking about oil? You know why? Because I'm going to say it again. If it wasn't there, y'all will be looking at me like, what the hell is going on here? This is a debacle. If we couldn't put incense inside the burner for the Sabbath, you'd be like, whoa, priest is slacking. Them brothers are slacking. Where's my money going to?
It's true.
Not to that. But it's these little small details that all it takes is, hey, even if it's a reminder. Now, and you know, brothers and sisters be on certain things. Like the brother saw that the burner fell apart. What did he do? I was already like, man, we gonna get a new burner, right? And before I was able to hop online, he walks in class and hands me the burner. I'm like, oh, somebody's watching. Somebody's taking accountability and ownership and investing the right way. You see that? When you're investing, you're gonna look at every little small thing and say, man, how can I add, how can I shore this up? How can I make sure that the investment don't fall through? You do everything you can, right? To make sure that your investment flourishes. That's all we all have to do. But if we're all doing that, then what? We wouldn't have just one burner. We'd have 2 or 3 burners. That way, if that one breaks, we just go, boom. We wouldn't have 1 bottle of oil. We'd have 7 bottles of oil under the podium. Oh, damn, we ran out. No, we didn't. Let's get it. Candles, right? We got candles under there? Watch out. Right. Well, because we know better to buy them in bulk. I know better. I learned from showing up Sabbath class and like, oh snap, there's no candles. Okay, run out to the dollar. There's no dollar store to run to no more. There's no Walgreens across the street.
That's true.
Like the old school where we could just run across the street, grab a lighter, grab this, grab that at the spur of a moment. There ain't none of that over here. So we got to be ready. We got to be on top of it. So I know, get everything in bulk. That way we have it and then make sure y'all are checking, right? Like, let me see. Let me make sure I'm on point. See that box of candles? Now that's real scrawny back there. So whoever's in charge of candles, make sure you get some. I'm serious. I'm not being funny. The candles is going down. We use 7 candles a week, right? That's a box and a half. A box and one. Okay. So yeah, we need candles. So whoever got to get that, let me know. If you need the money, let me know. I mean, why am I pointing these things out? I know y'all are like, what the hell, he's on one today. I'm not. I am, but I'm not. Because we can't look at what the Bible says and then complain about it and then not even do the parts that it says. If you complain about what tithes are, then just give the oil. We'll take it because we need it. If you're complaining about the incense, well then, you know what? Hop online and make sure you got frankincense and myrrh. Bring the bags of frankincense and myrrh so we can burn them. That's needed. Right? We'll take it. If that's what you want to give, we'll take it. We'll take it. Why? Because it's needful. It's needful for what we have to do. But don't complain about it and then don't even do that, what you complained about. That's all I'm saying. And don't do it because I'm saying something. Do it because you have a readiness to will, like the scriptures say. Do it because you have a willing mind. Read it.
Verse 12. For if there be first a willing mind,
go ahead.
It is accepted according to that a man hath.
The willing mind is not just the will to do, but it's the will to watch and look and see what it is to do. What is needed. You can't do anything until you understand what's needed. You can't fix a problem until you understand the problem, right?
That's true.
But doctors don't just go in there, you walk in sick and they just start cutting you open. And all you have was a cold. Oh damn, he just had a cold, but we did arm surgery. Oh, he had a cold, but we did a vasectomy. Nah, right? They don't do that. They assess. They say, okay, how you feeling? What's going on? What are your symptoms? And they go through the whole list. Well, runny nose, stuffy head, fever, right? Cough. Oh, this is good from Robitussin. He'll be good in 7 days, right? They don't start pulling out scalpels and cutting you. They have a readiness to will, and they do it willingly, but they still have to assess what's needed. The willing mind is assessing what's needed and saying, okay, let me supply those things or move towards those things. Not just doing any old thing, because then it wouldn't even make sense. You performing heart surgery when, man, just take an aspirin. Yeah, read on.
And not according to that he had not.
Right, and then you're giving, read it one more time.
The top.
Read verse 12.
Verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
For if there be first a willing mind, it is accepted according to that a man hath.
See, the Most High accepts the things according to what you have to give. Not, well, oh, you know, I didn't do it because I don't have that. Well, what do you have? You got free time? Okay, well, the sisters need help with such and such. You got you got a little extra money? Well, we need posters for street speaking, or you got this resource. You know how to you know how to cook? Okay, well look, we got Passover meals to cook. Come on. What did Derek do? He sat there with me for hours. We not just cooked, but getting the lamb, pre-gaming before we cooked, weeks in advance. This is what we gonna do. This is how we gonna set it up. We communicated. He took the time to communicate. What are you gonna bring? This is what I got already. What do we need? Well, okay, we need to get this. We need to get this. We need to make sure we got this. We got to make sure this. If it rains, he had rain suits. He had damn a tent. He was ready. He brought what he had. He didn't sit back and say, well, man, and come up with, oh, well, he can't do things because of this, that, and the third. No, he just brought what he had. I brought what I had, and guess what? Man, it was a beautiful time. I had a lot of fun just being with the brother. We woke up early. We went to bed late. We talked. We did. I got to, do what I've been preaching. Not just cook lamb, but know those that labor amongst you, right? But it's not about what you don't have. We got to stop doing that. But what do you have? Well, the first thing that we all have is what? Walking through those doors is what? Starts with an F. Say it, Benaiah.
Faith.
It's faith. We all have faith. That's what keeps you here, is your faith. And every time you step through the doors, or every time you get with a brother or a sister, or whatever the case may be, your faith should be renewed and refreshed, right? And then what do? Well, you add to that faith, right? With every good work you do, and every good result that comes, and even not so good results, it shouldn't shake your faith. Right? It shouldn't shake your faith, but what it should do is push you to get the better result. But it's all faith. You got the faith first. Everything's based off of your faith. Without faith, it's impossible to please the Most High, right? Right. So we're here off of faith. You keep pushing forward and doing the good works according to what you have, which is that faith. You move in faith, not by sight. And you'll see that road will illuminate right before you. That whatever path you're walking in righteousness, it'll start to lighten up. And then you'll be able to now have what? With your faith, a little bit of foresight. Oh, I see if I do this, then this is going to be the result. But if I do this over here, then this is going to be the result. So now you start to become wise off your faith, because a wise man can foresee evil. You're looking, you're watching. So it's faith. And then you build off of that faith, whatever it is. Long-suffering, forbearing, enduring, right? Communicating. All those things are built off of faith. Y'all see that? So it's not about, oh, I don't have that. We all got faith. The mustard seed. Faith of a mustard seed does what? You can move a mountain. You can tell that mountain to get up, pick up, move over here. And guess what? It'll do it. You'll move that mountain with a little faith. You ever see a mustard seed? It's funny, he should have said the faith of a lettuce seed. Lettuce seeds are so small. They're so little. It's amazing how something can grow from that little bit of a seed. Mustard seeds are super small also. But just to have that little ounce, that little bit, what is it showing you? It can carry you further than what you believe, but you can't go off of the back end of, I don't have this. Well, just have some faith and you can have it. You'll have it to give later on, right? But you have to first move in faith. Go ahead.
and not according to that he hath not.
Right. He's not accepted according to what you don't have. That wouldn't be fair. Would it? I need you to do this job. Go be a firefighter. Well, damn, I ain't got no oxygen, no helmet. I ain't got no fire suit. No, I don't care. Go do it. The Most High, that wouldn't be fair. Right? Would it? Would it be fair? Jump to the next chapter real quick. I want you to read 9 and verse 7. 9 and verse 6.
2 Corinthians 9 verse 6.
Right?
But this I say, he which soweth sparingly
Right.
shall reap also sparingly.
Right. You reap what you sow. And you know why, man, it's funny. Again, just doing like my little bit of just my little whack gardening, my little ghetto gardening. I've been testing this theory. Just like, let me see, man. And I did some cilantro and I did some tomatoes and some peppers. And you know, you fill your holes, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna put one seed in this hole, cover it, and see what happens. And all the ones that I only did one seed, there ain't nothing there. But all the ones where I put multiple, I got like 6 pepper plants growing right now. It's either peppers or tomatoes, I don't know. When I put my cilantro in, I got a bunch of cilantro. But if I would have put one seed, and I'm ready to harvest from that cilantro, like we ate some of that cilantro the other night. We did tacos, and I was able to, right? And I was able to leave some back to keep growing. But if I would have planted one seed, and I'm like, damn, I want some cilantro on my taco, and I cut the one leaf, I'd have to wait months. I'd have to wait weeks for that to repopulate, to be able to eat from it. But if I planted multiple seeds in that dirt, knowing that the way this thing grows, I can grab some, boom, let the rest grow, hit that. By the time I use that, this is gonna grow back and just, right? But if you sow sparingly, that's what you're gonna get out. Go ahead.
And he which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully.
Read on.
Verse 7. Every man according as he proposeth
Right.
in his heart.
Right. It's what you tell yourself. It's what you propose in your own mind. Now, forget about fruits and damn vegetables. Let's go back to faith. If you sow bountifully in faith and just give yourself, the Most High say you're going to reap the benefits of that. But if you're sparingly giving and say, I don't know about that. I'm scared, I'm nervous, I'm this, I'm that, I'm da, da, da. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to do, I don't want to that. I don't, right? Well, what are you going to reap? Well, it's going to be according to what you propose in your heart is what you reap. So what is he showing us? That what you get is what you thought to give. That's really what it is. So why does it seem like some brothers are living in a different estate than others, or I don't know? Well, because what are they giving? What do they propose? What does that brother or sister proposed in their heart? Why does it seem like some are getting blessed and more? Man, you always getting blessed. You always get, well, guess what? What did they propose in their heart to give? How did they give themselves in faith? You see that? It's no different than a farmer that's like, man, how come your crops are flourishing? Well, how many seeds did you plant, son? Did you account for animals? Did you account for dead seeds that weren't going to germinate? Did you account for seeds that were going to grow and rot? Did you account for all these different things that maybe 1 out of 5 seeds might actually produce? So what does that mean? Well, I got to sow 10 seeds, 15 seeds, 20 seeds just to get 5 crop. See, it goes back to what? The willing mind is watching and looking and saying, wait a minute, it ain't just about me planting something and throwing some seeds in the ground, but how am I doing it and for what purpose? And what's the motive behind it? And am I watching for all the things that can stop these seeds from growing? Just like your faith. What stops your faith from growing? Did you account for it? That the social media, your family, the idle time, the lack of study, your vices, they account for your lack of faith or studying your faith? Did you ever account for that? A lot of us don't. That's why you sit back and wonder, like, how come my faith, how come I'm not growing? But you didn't account for all the things that were going to try to stop that, just like that seed. Read on.
So let him give.
So let him what?
Give.
Let him what?
Give.
Go ahead.
Not grudgingly
Right.
or of necessity. For Yahweh loveth a cheerful giver.
Right. Read verse 8.
Verse 8.
Look. Go back. 7. Read it one more time. There's a word in here that. Go ahead. Read it one more time.
Verse 7. Every man according as he proposeth in his heart,
Right.
so let him give.
Right.
Not grudgingly
So-
or of necessity.
Not of necessity. I said it yesterday. Why can't you be in the mind that, oh, I'm giving this because they need it? Why? I said it yesterday. Who was here? Why did I say that? Why can't that be your mind and your mind only? Yeah, we need stuff, right? School needs stuff. The body needs things, but how come you can't just be solely in the mind of, I'm doing it for the need? What, Angela? Yeah. Once the need is fulfilled, it's like, well, I'm not needed no more. That doesn't need to be done. Oh, I need to. They need flyers, and I need to do that because it's needed. But then once we get all the flyers, then you just say, oh, well, I'm done. I'm done with anything because I fulfilled a need. So it can't be out of necessity, because the mind is predisposed to think once the need is fulfilled that I don't have to be as diligent. It's like with anything, man. Come on. You know when you go through your little drama relationship and things are going bad and the need is what? I gotta fix this. So I gotta do something a little bit different. I need to be on top of the things that she's saying is ruining the relationship, right? Or he's saying is not making the relationship go good. And you're on top of those things, and then everything starts to go good, and what happens? Go back to the old. You start to slack. I need you to take me out more. I need you to talk to me more. I need you to pay attention to me more. Right? And you come home, babe, what's going on? And in 2 weeks, you back to watching TV again. Because you fulfilled the need, and that need was appeased. Everything went back to normal, and then you forget that I still need to do these things because it's needed. Yes, it's needed, not in the sense of I need to be doing it, but it's needed for the maintenance of my relationship. Y'all get it? So the things that we do, yes, they're needed. Don't get me wrong. They're needed, but your mind shouldn't be, I'm doing it because I'm needed. Because then guess what the Most High will do? He'll get somebody else to do it. He'll get somebody else to do it that proposed in their mind that I'm not doing this out of necessity. I'm not upset doing it. I understand the mission. Go ahead.
For Yahweh loveth a cheerful giver.
Right.
Verse 8.
Right.
Yahweh is able to make all grace abound towards you.
But who's he making the grace? Who does he make the grace abound to? The greedy? The stingy? The hoarders? No, to the cheerful givers. The ones that are giving. The ones that are doing things in a willing mind. He makes grace abound towards them. It ain't just everybody that's getting this. There's a select few where the grace comes in many forms.
That's true.
Many forms that it's hard to fathom sometimes, this grace that the Most High gives. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
That ye always having all sufficiency in all things.
A lot of sisters work, right? A lot of the sisters work. But you know why you wonder, you know why you got to be tied down at your job and you got to do extra at the job because you didn't propose in your mind that if I did have free time, I would do something for the body. So the Most High is like, well, you're just going to be tied down here, getting headaches, getting high blood pressure, just losing your damn mind behind a computer. Because when you get the free time, you didn't propose in your mind, let me find out what's needed. Let me find out what's needed, not for my just household, but let me find out what's needed for the body. So what does the Most High do? He don't give you the grace to get an early day, to knock out all your work quickly. He makes it hard. He give you one of them days where you want to pull all your hair out and jump out a window. He just does. That's how it works. Like, grace don't come in the form of, it comes in the form of many different things, but imagine being able to be alleviated. Like, oh, you know what? You can go home early today. We got all the work covered. Early. You look up, it's 2 o'clock. You're like, oh, wow. I can go knock out what I should have knocked out for the school. But the mind is usually, oh, snap, 2 o'clock? Whoa. Nap. Sleep. Oh, I can get my sleep in. Huh? I can go get this done. Or I can run over to the store. Or I can run to the mall. Or I can just go kick it. But that's why 2 o'clock goes, you still at the job, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7, you're like, damn, you working 15-hour shifts? And the whole time, you just health deteriorating, kids crying, losing it. I'm laughing because it's funny. It just is, I'm sorry. It's funny to me because I get it. So I'm going to laugh. I mean, do y'all get it? Right, then y'all should laugh too. It's funny as hell to me because I get it. I'm like, I get it, man. Oh, I feel bad. Even though I'm laughing, I still feel bad. I'm like, it ain't gotta be like that. It don't gotta be so hard. What?
It's funny that you said it because no matter what's happening at work, you can have a million things happening, and you know for a fact, like I'll have to tune out and I'll just say forget everybody, whether it's your boss, your student, your whoever, and I'll just turn on class and everything will just start going right, and I'll be like, oh, it's time to go. Okay, and you mentally check out because you know you have to spiritually be checked in at all times.
You do. You're right.
Everything just disappears. It's like, yep, I'm just play class.
But it's even in that, like what you just said. How many of us are handling our days spiritually? Even if it is hard, what do you fall into? You fall into the day, right? You fall into the hardship of it, and you let those spirits overtake you, and so it makes it even harder. The grace is, man, let me use the word, and the word is going to supply and interject in those times and fix the things that I need to be fixed and make my responses and my interactions with people, it's going to make them a lot easier. So that grace that the Most High said he'll abound towards you, man, it's so much more than just some tangible thing you can touch, right? It's literally the freedom of the mind and the freedom of the body to maneuver through situations and be unscathed mentally and not have to be spiritually defected or defective because of what you got to deal with on the day to day. It's the ability but it starts with, how do you purpose your mind? How do you purpose your mind? How does every man purpose their mind? I got a lot of time to do a lot of different things, but I still handle what I got to handle, right? I could be a YouTube bum. I could just go sit in my backyard and farm all day and act like I'm doing something, but I still got business to handle. I got to know that got to be on the back burner, and things got to handle. My mind is purposed on what we got going on here, right? But everybody's mind has to be set that way. That's why I have the little bit of time to hop in the backyard, throw some seeds in the dirt, watch them grow, right? I have that time. Why? Because that's not what my time is about. Y'all see how it works? So the Most High allows that. I don't have to force it like, hey, we need you over here. You know what? I'm busy right now. I got this stuff over here to do. That stuff don't matter. I'm experimenting. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what the hell I'm doing half the time. I'm just trying things out and having fun and learning. But I'm not letting it become a thing where everything else suffers because of my ambitions, right? We all got little ambitions, but think about it. Think about how many things around us suffer because of your own ambition. You haven't proposed your mind the right way, right? Am I saying that word right? Right, proposed. Every man according as he proposeth in his heart. Am I saying it right? Purposeth? Proposeth. Yeah. Right? What are you telling yourself? Man, 2 o'clock? Let me go see what the school needs done. Let me go see what's needed inside the school. Or 2 o'clock? Man, I'm about to get this nap in all the way till 9. That ain't a nap. That ain't a nap. That's full sleep. That's full-blown sleep. You know what I'm saying? But that's why you don't get it. Because what you propose in your mind to do with the free time or whatever it is with the car, why don't you get the vehicle? Well, because I propose that I just want to just look good in a vehicle. I'm going to wash it. I'm going to clean it. I'm going to make it smell nice. But I didn't propose to give rides. That's why I got a 2-seater. Right? That's why I rented a 2-seater, because I wasn't trying to. That's why you crashed a damn 2-seater. You crashed it because what did you propose in your mind? I'm a floss. I'm a floss and race. And when you act like Fast and the Furious and crash the car, when the blocks tumble down on you, it's like, damn, I should have set my mind a different way. Yeah, you should have rented out a van to get everybody to pass over. Right? You should have said, man, let me rent something out that's going to be economical for everyone to be able to use if we got to travel in droves. Not the 2-seater, not the Corvette, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but the results happen and then we get to see, right? And you got to repropose your mind. You didn't finish. Read verse 8. Did you?
I didn't finish, but you want me to restart?
Yeah, read from the top.
Verse 8. And Yahweh is able to make all grace abound towards you.
Right.
That ye, always having all sufficiency.
See,
in all
why don't we want to propose to give? Because we feel like we're not going to be sufficient once we give something. We talked about this. Every Sabbath class on Friday repeats Saturday. It's crazy. But why don't people give? Because you propose that once I break off a little piece, I'm not going to have enough for me. Well, then you're making the Most High a liar. I ain't never gave nothing and didn't have for me. I could honestly say that no matter what I've given, whatever, no matter how, like, think about it. For the last 4 days before Passover and then the day after, everybody was at my house. I still haven't ran out of toilet paper. Everybody was at I still haven't ran out of water. My lights ain't been cut off because everybody was using them. My TV didn't burn out. Right? I didn't run out of food, even though everything I cooked, I said, hey, y'all take it. Y'all take everything. Just take everything. I told them, right? Who was there? I said, take everything back to the Airbnb. Trays of food that was cooked. They took it all. Then you know what the coldest part was? All the food that they didn't eat, condiments that were used, ketchup, mustard, mayo, all that stuff that was used, they bought it for the Airbnb, but they couldn't travel with it to VA, so they brought it all back to my house. So now I got condiments again. Now I got ketchup. I didn't trip that everybody used the ketchup for the hot dogs and the mustard. I didn't even have mustard before y'all came. Now I got mustard. So the Most High gave me some abundance. See, you know why it sounds funny? I'm making it funny, but it's not.
That's true.
This is the practical usage of the Bible. It's so practical. Mustard, ketchup, yeah. You know why I gotta be those small things? Because we neglect to see it in the big things. And if you're not seeing it in the small things and not seeing the Bible work in these little instances, then you're not going to believe it working out in big instances.
You're not faithful in the small,
you're not going to be faithful in the big things, right? So I'm going to be faithful in, hey, take all the ketchup you need, right? Take all the mayo, mustard, use all the water, drink, I don't care, right? Just don't break nothing. But then guess what? Break it. Break it. Have your kids touch the TV. Let them pull it off the wall. Right? I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Right? 100-inch.
Wall to wall.
Right? But that's what I'm saying. Like, you just got to see the Most High working in these situations. But if you don't look at the small things, it's hard for you. Remember, the small things build our faith. If the small things are not building your faith, then you're not going to make the leap of faith in some big thing. it just doesn't work like that.
If I may add to that, my husband and I are both lesbians by nature, and he took some shirts out the closet and wanted to get fringing, and we had already purposed in our hearts to give certain things and do certain things, and we did that. So when he was taking one of the shirts out, one of the pockets was like, "It's that." I was like, "What is that?" He's like, "Look at the shirt," and it was like a stack of money that we had basically forgot about. I don't even know how much it was, but we had been saving it. But prior to that, we had already purposed. I was like, we're giving toward this, we're doing this, helping my daughter doing this and doing that.
Mhm.
And I'm very thankful for him because he is a giving man, and that kind of helps us because if one person is selfish, it's not gonna work. So we're both giving in that area. But then he was like, "This shirt look funny," and I was like, "Hey, I bought you this shirt. You never wore it. This is a nice shirt." He's like ready to get rid of the shirt, basically. And I'm
Right.
like, "Printed this shirt. It's gonna be nice." And so he's like, "Look at this shirt." And when we opened the pocket, he's like, "Who's in the pocket?" And it was just like,
It's money.
we had saved from, I don't even remember when, and I don't even know how much it was, but it was a lump sum. But that goes, in how with the scripture, he'll give seed to the sower, and I know he is a much bigger giver than I am, but I do give as well. But we both have that same like mind of giving, so all praises.
Yeah, if you didn't have that mind, that shirt would have just sat in the closet.
That's true.
And that money, you would have just not known you even had that.
Uh-huh.
It's like but it's little things like that. Like, if I didn't make this move, then this wouldn't have revealed itself. And those are the things that we have to be conscious of looking at. You got to look at what's going on around you. We're not just talking about waiting and looking for the evil, but look at the good that you're doing and look for a result. I'm telling y'all that. Look for a result. You know why? Because it's going to help your faith. You got to look for the result. Look at what I'm doing and look for the result so you can see that what you're doing is not bad. Right? It's not bad. Look at how much mustard you got. Right? Look at how much ketchup you got. I know it's funny to me. It's something small, but that's how I relate things back in the small instances. And if you're not doing it, you're just gonna get caught up in moving around and doing things and not seeing, well, is the Most High's word true? Is he making grace abound towards me so I can be sufficient in all works? Y'all see that? Right. So let's finish verse 9. Let's go back. Finish 8, 9, and then let's jump back to the reading.
That ye, always having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work.
Go ahead.
Verse 9. As it is written, he hath dispersed abroad.
Right.
He hath given to the poor.
Right.
His righteousness remaineth forever.
See, these are the ones that he's looking out for and giving that grace. The ones that dispersed abroad, given to the poor, and did it in righteousness. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower, both minister bread for your food.
Right.
And multiply your seed sown.
Read.
And increase the fruits of your righteousness.
Right. You see that? So it's not just about giving you bread, but it's about making those righteous gifts, making those abound also, making your faith, making your love, your joy, the fruits of the Spirit, your charity, your communication. He makes those things increase also. Read on. Read 11.
Verse 11. Being enriched in everything to all bountifulness.
Right.
Which causeth...
Being enriched in everything to all... So now you're bountiful. It's overflowing. Go ahead.
Which causeth through us thanksgiving to Yahweh.
Read 12.
Verse 12.
Right.
The administration of this service not only supplieth the wants of the saints.
Go ahead.
But is abundant also by many thanksgivings unto Yahweh.
Right. So... you got to remember the things that we give it's not just for one another, but it's to show the Most High that we understand what it is that he wants us to be doing. Go back to Deuteronomy. Samakai.
I was going to say that if your carnal mind is sufficient, is carnal. And I was looking up the word sufficient, which is enough.
Right.
And so if you're carnal minded, you're looking at, well, God may say it's sufficient, but I don't think it's sufficient.
Right.
But if you're spiritually minded, you're like, wow, this is abundant, you know. And he said, most I said it's sufficient, but for me it's abundant, you know, because it's not just carnal stuff. You know,
Right.
it's spiritual stuff. It's your wisdom that you can give out, you know, or what you grew in, you know.
Right.
So
Like, how can you have enough charity? How can you cap love? How can you cap long suffering? Like, you can never long suffer enough. You can never have enough charity, enough joy, enough peace. Like, how can you cap those things off? The carnal mind, but that's the thing with a carnal mind that's never satisfied. But it's not that it's satisfied in the spiritual things, it's about the carnal things. Plenteous. Watch. Go to this or what she's saying. Did you finish? I didn't mean to cut you. Go to Proverbs 21:5. Just on what she's saying. It's right on point. Read that.
Proverbs 21, verse 5.
Right?
The thoughts of the diligent tend only to plenteousness.
Right, you see that? To plenteousness. The thoughts of the diligent. They're gonna be thinking, how can we keep building and abounding? But a diligent man is a spiritual man. Go ahead.
But of every one that is hasty.
But a hasty man is carnal. He's only there for the need in the moment. He's not looking at the future. He's not looking at the past. He's just looking at, I need to get this now. But what about tomorrow? Right? Oh, well, give no thought for tomorrow, brother. Okay, well, you plant a seed today in hopes of feeding yourself tomorrow. So there's a delicate balance between those things, but a spiritual man knows that. Go ahead.
Verse 6.
No, that's it on that. But everyone that is hasty only to want. Why? Because everything is done so quickly for the moment that you're not thinking about the next moment when you're going to need something. Right? So if you only plant enough for today, yesterday, then what about tomorrow? Plant enough to have for a week. You don't. What farmer just plants one ear of corn?
Teach them how to fish.
Like you said, you went to the dole plant, right? Shalimar, we were talking, and you said you seen rows of dole trees,
Oh, that's awesome.
and they were different ages. You can tell, right? Because why? It takes at least 2 years for one of those plants, a pineapple tree, to give you a pineapple. At least 2 years. It's probably faster with them because they got speedy GMO trees,
Speak up
right?
in 2 days.
But what it is they're not planting every tree at once. Let's plant these this year, boom, harvest, and let's plant. And then what it is it's a constant progression of being able to harvest. But if they only planted all one field one time, and they had all these other fields empty, well then wait. So when we harvest this, what do we gotta do? We gotta wait. We only got enough for this time that we harvest. But if I sow a seed now, and then I sow another seed in 6 months in this field, then 6 months later I sow, I can harvest every 6 months. You see that? So now I have for the foreseeable future. Yeah, but the hasty is like, no, let's just plant this seed now. But then they always gonna be wanting. The righteous is always about plenteous. Well, we're gonna plant this field, 6 months later, this field, because we're looking at the harvest. You do it even in your own little home garden. You don't just plant. They tell you to stagger it's called staggering. You stagger your crop. If you want to be able to reap certain crops year round, depending on your climate, you stagger it. So you plant, and then maybe a month or two later, you plant the same thing again somewhere else, and then you plant again. So now you can harvest, and then while this is replenishing, this is ready for harvest. You harvest, while this is replenishing, you harvest. By the time you get back here, it's ready to harvest. You do it with tomatoes, you do it with peppers, and you just stagger your harvest, your sowing. But the righteous, the diligent, that's the things that they think on. Just think about it. If you got too much to harvest, what tends to happen if you can't harvest at all? It rots. It goes to waste. The scriptures say that the wasteful is cousin, the slothful is cousin to the waster, right? Or I'm misquoting it. But what is it saying? That they're family members. A wasteful person and a slothful person, they're close in thinking. So you don't want to be wasteful either. But let's jump back. Y'all get it.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14, and verse 24.
Right?
And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there,
Right.
when the Lord thy God have blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money,
Right?
and bind up the money in thine hand.
Because money is easier to travel with. Right? It's easier to travel with money. Go ahead.
And shalt go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt bestow thy money.
I mean, think about it. You're bringing your increase. So if a man, do you know how quickly sheep, lamb reproduce? Very, very, very quick. You can have 2 lamb 1 year, and then you can have 8. No, yeah. You could have 2, and you could end up with 8 in 1 year, because in 6 months, a lamb is ready to reproduce. I don't know if y'all knew that, but a female would drop 1 or 2 little babies, little lamb chops, right? She can drop 2 of them, so now you got 4. And then 6 months later, she could drop another 2. That's 6. But then the 6-month-old can drop 2. That's 8. So you go from 2 sheep to 8 in 1 year. So imagine if you already had 8, 10, 15, 20 sheep. How abundant that could be in 1 year. Imagine having to travel with all those damn sheep. Hell no. I'm selling that. I'm getting that money. I'm not walking with a train of sheep, right? Or a train of asses that don't want to walk, or a bunch of oxen. You know, it's showing you can make it a little bit easier for your travel if you have to go from far. Go ahead.
And thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusteth after.
Right.
For oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink.
Right. So if you sold a bunch of sheep, I'm being detailed with this for a reason. If I had a bunch of sheep, I sold them, I got the money, I didn't have to go back and buy sheep. I can buy wine if I wanted to give the priest wine, or I could give them ox, or I could go buy more sheep. You see that?
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you wanted to give. Go ahead.
Or for whatsoever thy soul desireth.
Right.
And thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household.
Because your increase, your tithing, was going to be what you partook in with the priest. So the Most High said, get whatever you want. You wanted to bring wine and drink with the priest? Do it. Drink with the Levites? Do it. If you wanted to eat, do it. If you wanted to whatever, do it. What you desired. Right? Go ahead.
And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him.
Uh-huh.
For he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years, thou
Right.
shalt...
They weren't able to go farm. They weren't able to have land. They had no inheritance in that way to be able to provide for themselves sufficiently or self-sufficient like the other tribes were able to. So we had to not forsake the Levite. The Levite that was in your gate, you had to make sure that he was good. So, you know, it was in your best interest to do so. You went to him for things, right? I need you to pray for me. I need you to this. I need you to anoint me. I need you to bless me. I need you to look at this leprosy. I need you to look at my rib. She's cheating on me. I need you to do this. You went to him for everything. So the least you could do is make sure he has some food in his belly to go lift up your damn heavy ox that he had to go sacrifice for your sin. The least you could do is make sure that, you know what I'm saying, he had some clothes on his back when he had to leave his tent to go deal with your little whack problems. The least you can do. The least you could do is make sure the brother had a vehicle to drive around in before you rented 50,000 vehicles. Listen, I came up in an era in the truth where, like, if you did something, you made sure that the brothers above you had it first. That's what I came up in. It wasn't like a free-for-all. So, I'm talking to select brothers now. They're probably watching, they're probably not. But a lot of vehicle renting happened brothers came to Houston, but nobody asked. Like Zion came out, right? Nobody asked Zion what vehicle he wanted to drive in, or did he even have a vehicle to get around? Nobody asked him that. Being the brother that's up there, and why am I pointing it out? Because he's up there with them. He's sacrificing his time. He's away from his family. He's away from his comforts, right? That little ass apartment ain't comfortable. Okay? I was there for 3 months, and I'm like, damn, you can't even breathe without smelling the next brother's breath. It's so tight. Come on, the apartment. The whole apartment is literally half the size of this sanctuary. Let's be real, right? It's probably from the door to this pillar. The whole apartment.
I was there with 3
Yes, that's New York. Yeah, she was there. Come on, that room was the size of the bed, like half the podium, the room, the bedroom, where you fit the bed and you could barely have space to walk. So he's not comfortable up there. So the first thing you want to do is make sure that the brother that's up there teaching you, guiding you, 5 o'clock in the morning dealing with your problems, 10 o'clock at night, 1 in the PM, up at the mall with you, making sure you picking you up for rides. The first thing you want to do is make sure that he's okay when he got to leave because he's already uncomfortable. And then he's got to go travel again. You got to make sure, like, man, Zion, you good? Nobody did that. Nobody looked out for him and said, man, what do you need? Look, we about to rent a vehicle. You ain't got to rent one. Look, we make sure that you can just roll it. If you need to go visit your mom or whatever the case may be. Nobody thought about that. Everybody was out for self because I want to look a certain way. What's the 2-seater? I'm going to say it again. You're getting 2-seaters, man, for what? It just shows where your mind is at. It shows what you purposed in your own heart. That I'm going to roll around the Houston streets looking fly. Come on, man. You know how many people's driving around in the same cars that you sitting there lusting after that they don't even care? The brother rented a car. All he had to do was ask Lakarab if he could borrow the car. He rented the same damn car. If you want to know how it felt to drive the car, you should have went to Lakarab and said, hey, can I roll your car around the block? And you would have saved $300-400 for a test drive. But it's that frivolous mind that I want to look a certain way and feel a certain way. You don't even think before you do something. But this is what the Most High. These instances are still happening even in today. All these things were set up for these things not to happen, and they still happen, man. You still got young dummies, young brothers and sisters chasing those youthful lusts, making these mistakes that they don't have to make. But the Bible is there to guide you out of that anyway. You know what I mean? So where we at?
Okay, Deuteronomy chapter.
Y'all ain't gonna stop hearing this car rental thing. I'm trying to tell y'all. I got that for days. Yeah, it just bugs me out. Because this is the thing. When the results of something happens, then you get to see that was a folly. No matter what it was.
That's true.
You see the folly, you're like, oh yeah, that didn't make sense. And then you start to calculate and look at everything, and it's like, yeah, well, that was the wrong move. That was the wrong move, and I got to talk about it because this is the thing. It's a mentality. We're not saying brothers couldn't rent cars and have a good time. That's what the whole thing is about. But where is your mind towards what we're doing? Where is your mentality towards just the body? Is it about you and your fun? Or is it about still keeping that unity in that mind of brotherhood, sisterhood, putting each other first? Read on.
Verse 28. At the end of 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all tithe of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates.
Right, that's why you could get money, because 3 years worth of increase, man. Come on.
That's true.
If you had animals, if you had crops, that would just be ridiculous.
Living fat.
Yeah, to just bring all that. So he said, just change it for money. Go ahead.
And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger,
Right,
and the fatherless,
right,
and the widow,
right. You see those 4? That's a soft spot for the Most High. That's his soft spot. The fatherless, the widow. He tells you, if they cry out to him and they being done unjustly, he gonna hear their prayer. And woe to that man, right? Because they don't have the certain things that everyone else is privy to. The widow and the fatherless, they ain't got that hedge. They don't got that head. The poor, they don't got nothing. So who's gonna have to look out for them? Us. Read.
Which are within thy gates shall come, and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hand which thou doest.
Because if they crying out to the Most High, somebody's gonna get cursed. Bottom line, Most High is gonna be checking. Wait a minute, why are they suffering? And they're in your gates. They're around. That means you're just watching them suffer. What?
What do they mean by the stranger?
The stranger. Just that. A person that comes in that's a person that's not an Israelite, but they come in, right? And they humble themselves and like it says, you know, they gotta like the males, they gotta circumcise, they gotta do all those customs, then they can eat the feast and do all that stuff. So what is he showing us? Well, if a person of another nation walked in this door, do I get up, kick him in the chest, kick him out the door, get the hell out, you dirty Edomite, you filthy Hamite, you whack ass Elamite? No, hey, sit down. Let me teach you who you are. Right? Let me show you your history that you weren't taught or that you might know, and let's confirm it with the Bible. You deal with them, be at peace with all men. We're supposed to be the same with all people, regardless of nationality or skin tone. And when you get caught up in that, you start to move a certain way. It's hard to turn certain things off, like hate. You know what I mean? When you hate, like you got a lot of Israelites that just hate white people, right? They just hate Esau, and we know what they've done, but you got a lot of Israelites that act like Edomites. So when you start to see those characteristics in your brothers and sisters, how do you turn that hate off? So you should have never had that anyway. So that's what he's showing here. The strangers that come amongst, they come peacefully, if they come respectfully, if they come willing to conform and change and assimilate into what is already going on, you accept them. Yeah, sis.
It's funny you said that because I was actually going to ask you to explain that a little bit more than you just did. So thank you.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, I mean, ask if you know, don't always ask your questions, even if somebody doesn't ask, because it might edify somebody else that got the same question as we just saw.
I do have one. Did we sacrifice did we kill our own sacrifices, or was it just
The sin offering, you killed your own sin offering, yes. When you sinned, you brought that animal to the temple, you killed it in front of the priests and the people. And all the other ones, the priests did. But that was your sin, so you have to put your hands on that animal first. Yep. That way, why? It was supposed to be a conscious thing. Work on your conscience. It was supposed to show you stop sinning so you don't have to kill the little baby lamb. Yeah, because for some reason they look like people. And they scream like grown men when they're being killed. They didn't scream this year. They came real peacefully. They might have kicked a little bit, but last year it was crazy. I thought they was killing people back there. Right? You remember? No, he was like, Who was there? Who was there? Locker Rob was with me. He was like, I ran back there like, wait a minute. I literally sprinted to the back like, hold on. And it was a lamb. I was like, oh. I thought it was a person. Yeah. But that's the thing. It was supposed to work on your conscience. So yeah, your sin offering, you killed. But all the other offerings, they were brought and the priest did that work. The wave, the heave, those different offerings.
One more question.
What's that?
Verse 28.
Read.
This tithe
Read it.
is
20,
at the end of 3 years.
Right.
Thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thy increase the same year. So it's just once every 3 years.
Let's see here. At the end of 3 years. Let's see. Yeah. Go to Deuteronomy 26 and 12. So this tithing, yeah, it was a 3-year thing. Read that, Deuteronomy 26:12.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 26 and verse 12. When thou hast made an end of tithing, all the tithes of thine increase the third year.
Go ahead.
Which is the year of tithing.
Right.
And has given it.
So the third year was the year of tithing, but now why don't you have to do it every 3 years? Well, things are a lot different now. Remember, this was when you were going up and making pilgrimages to wherever the Most High set His name and said, "I want you to be here." You had to go up to that place every third year. So, and that wasn't just one. Remember the Passover, the Tabernacles, those different feast days. You had to go there also. But what did you bring on those times? You brought offerings. But the year of tithing, the every 3 years, it's a little different now because of everything's electronic and we got cars and we can just move around a lot differently. And really, nobody's bringing cattle, right? Nobody's bringing sheep. Nobody's bringing oxen, right? It's more now things that are applicable for the time. God, it was in my mind, right? But for the time, so I'll be honest. Let's say somebody donated 6 sheep around the time of Passover. That'd be dope. That's six lamb we ain't gotta buy, right? And we would take that. Hell yeah, you donating that? We taking that. That's your tithes. Let us get that, right? But it'd be hard to take 6 lamb now because you can't just throw lamb in the backyard, right? It'd be hard to take that because you can't just throw them in the backyard, or animals. You can't just throw an ox in your backyard. It's like city ordinances and zoning. Like you gotta go with so it's easier to take certain things and not take certain things, and then timing of things. So it's easier to give your tithes weekly or however people do it. I don't know how people do it, right? However people do it or don't do it. But yeah, it was a 3-year thing, every 3 years. Jump back.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 1. At the end of every 7 years, thou shalt make a release. And this is the manner of the release.
Any questions on 14?
Yeah.
In chapter 14 at all? Before we go to the next chapter, because it's going to switch topics. This is going to go into the year of Jubilee, the year of release. What's that?
To go back about what you were just explaining about how often you give, you have to go back to what you were saying earlier. You just do what's purpose in your heart. I mean, if that's every week or
Right.
how often you want to give, you just do correct.
Yeah. Let's just think about it. People go and they give tithes of their money, because that's what they're being increased in, right? Now you wouldn't wait 3 years and say, well, this is what I made for 3 years, and then I'm gonna break off a piece, because the society just don't work like that, right?
I just want to make sure I was understanding.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Anything else before we go to the next chapter? Okay, go ahead, read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 2. And this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lendeth aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother.
Right, so if I lent you some money 6.5 years ago, and then the year of Jubilee hit, and you hadn't paid back, I was supposed to just cancel that debt. Right? You supposed to let that go? That was the mind that you weren't supposed to hang things over. We weren't supposed to hang things over each other's heads for some absorbent amount of time, right? Which we tend to do. And then what does that do? Grudge. Why'd you kill him? Well, he owed me $1 from 1985. Okay, now, $1? Yeah, or he owed me something from this time. It's like, well, you're supposed to let that go. 7 years It's a complete amount of time to just get over it. If you didn't fall into a ditch because you lent it, and they didn't come up because you lent it, well then, man, just, it's a wash, right? It's even. That should be the mind. That should be the mind. But then if you're, see, the real mind should be what? Because if you're lending something and looking for a repayment, you already messed up.
Con.
Y'all know that, right? If you're looking for to get the get back, you already messed up. If, you know, yeah, you take the person's word. If the brother comes and said, hey, I want to borrow $5, I'll get it back to you tomorrow. I'm going to take his word for it. I'm going to take his word. Right? But I'm not going to hunt you down for $5. I'm not going to hunt you down. I'm not going to hunt you for anything. I'll remind you, hey, remember the little thing? But after 7 years, it's like, man, loose them from that burden, and you keep it moving, and stay brothers, stay sisters, right? Keep that brotherhood, because that's what destroys families. That's what destroys anything, businesses, partners, right? It's the old stuff that we keep renewing. You renew a debt. That's what Esau does to us, the creditors, right? Think about it. You owe something, it goes to the collections, right? You make a payment on that. That's a negative mark on your credit.
That's
because they're gonna bring back the whole payment history of it not being paid, and it going to collections, and you're like, why is my credit score falling? I'm paying. You are better off just letting that fall. So
They don't even try to do that anymore.
they're not, but they're trying to get that from the scriptures, but they still do it wrong. They still do it with the intent to collect. The Most High said, man, don't let that hang over somebody's head. Go ahead.
Because it is called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it again.
Right.
But that which is thine with thy brother, thine hand shall release.
Right. So a foreigner, they're going to have to pay. Right? A stranger, one that is not of Israel, they got to pay. But your brother, we weren't supposed to deal with each other in that type of mentality. That's slave mind.
Right.
But remember, we were supposed to be above all people. Even in all of this, we were supposed to be above everybody. So we were supposed to be the lenders. Everyone else was supposed to borrow from us. So we were able to lend with usury, right? Think about it. You think them Jewish people, when they lend each other money, they talking about, I'm going to give you 100 today and you give me 200 tomorrow? Hell nah, they do that to us and everybody else, the whole world. They don't do that to each other. That's how they come up. They don't do that. They do what the scriptures say. They do things to the strangers, right? To keep them down, but they do things to each other to promote each other's growth. Think about it. You think when the little Asian family got 15 people in a 2-bedroom that they charging each other $500 rent each? No, they're splitting that equal ways so that why? So that way the next person can come up and get out, get their own thing. The next person come out, get their own thing, and then now what? We could have another 15 people in that house, and we get in all our families here, and they opening businesses. Like, they're doing things for each other's growth and promotion, where we do things out of greed and selfishness, and it keeps each other down. The usury.
So true.
So their mentality without the Bible is better than our mentality with the Bible. Right? But the Most High is setting it up and showing us, if you want to promote each other's growth, if you want to promote brotherhood and sisterhood and get that grudging out of your spirit, well then you got to release things out of your mind and let bygones be bygones. Go ahead.
Save when there shall be no poor among you.
Right.
For the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. For the Lord thy God blesseth thee as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations.
There it is. Go ahead.
but thou shalt not borrow. And thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee.
This is how it should have been. Go ahead.
If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother.
Any questions on that? Ivy.
When it says in thy gates, is it talking about like within your home or within like the city you're living in, or just in there?
Yeah, I mean, just around you. I mean, remember, the living situation that we had, the setup was a lot different. You know what I mean? Where you had the temple, three tribes, each 3 tribes had a gate, or gates that led. So it's different. It's saying, just look at it in the mind of around you, right? Now, even that's a little dicey. I'm gonna show you why, because there's many poor people around us, right? Now, you know, you're driving down, what is this? You drive down 90, or let's say you just hit, you take Murphy and you keep going real quick, and you get into a little area where there's a cat panhandling. Do you give them money because they're poor? I never give money. What I will give, if I got food or water, I'll give that. But you know why I don't give money? Because the drug and alcohol use amongst the homeless is high. So I don't want to feel like I'm contributing to that. They might have a sign just saying just hungry. But okay, here, I'll supply that just hungry need. I got a bottle of water. You know what I'm saying? I try to keep water in my car. I haven't been doing it. Just because when you pull up at the median, hey, here's a bottle of water. Boom, right? You're not going to add to the situations that they're already dealing with. So I try to rarely give them money. Because you already know what they're dealing with. A lot of them are dealing with alcoholism. A lot of them dealing with drug abuse. They're in that situation for a reason.
That's true.
Also, you gotta see what are they in that situation for? Why did the Most High make them homeless? What are their moves? They're the way something in their life, right? But it doesn't mean that you still can't help. So you got to be careful with the help that you give. Food, water, nothing wrong with that. You know, if a cat is poor and talk about, I don't want that. Most High said he hate a proud man that's poor. But I've rarely seen a homeless person say, I don't want that. I don't want the food, or I don't want the water. They take it. You know? Because if you're homeless for real, right? Huh? It ain't gonna matter. Think about it. Just think about this for a second. The priests, right? It said that we can change the money and buy whatever we wanted to bring to them. They couldn't sit back and be like, nah, we didn't want that. They had to accept it because they had no way of getting it otherwise. So a beggar can't be a chooser, right? But then if they wanted to, whatever we brought, they can go take it and sell it. If they had an abundance of wine, and it's like, well, we don't need this much wine. Let's go to the market. They could sell that for money. Or they could trade it for things that were needed. They could trade people. Like, let's say you brought a bunch of children to the temple or whatever, slave children, and it's like, well, damn, we don't need this many. We got enough cleaners and people to do whatever. Let's go and trade them off for certain things. That happened also, right? But going back to the in thy gates, it's like, think about it. If I see that you needed something, right, I'm gonna try to provide that. Try to make it no strings attached, right? It's like, come on, we do it all the time. A brother or sister gotta move into somebody's house, right? I'll use you. When you moved in the locker rob spot, did we say as soon as you moved in, you need to pay half his rent? No, what did we do? We said, okay, look, let's calculate, let's give you a month or however long, I think it was a month or 2 months maybe, to not have to really pay no bills and just get on your feet, right? but you weren't poor. It was just that you moved from a whole other state, gave up your job, gave up all those different things. So your situation wasn't going to be able, you weren't going to be able to supply anything there anyway. So us just being considerate, right? So it's talking about being considerate, taking the consideration for the people around you, and if they need it, try to supply it. That's it, you know. Ride, like we do it all the time. The rides, we don't let each other take the bus or walk. Right? When the last time anybody that didn't have a car was like, "Yo, catch an Uber." It don't matter where you at or where you gotta go, right? So it's talking about those things. But you're not gonna go pick up the random person off the corner. "Hey, you need a ride?" And they hop in the car and they just be some killer, right? So you gotta be careful. It's about you gotta know when you're doing the good too. That scriptures talk about that. Do good unto the godly, but don't do good. You know, don't the sinner, right? They still gonna get things from us, right? What are they gonna get? They're gonna get wisdom, knowledge, understanding. Like I said, they might get a bottle of water. But if I know a cat, if he's out talking about give me some money, and he smell like a pack of cigarettes, I'm not giving him no money. I already know what he's gonna go do. You gonna get some cigarettes. I don't want to contribute to that, but I can get his water. Yeah. Was that it? Any other questions? Next reader. Benaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawashi, Banya Sha'ala. I Magid. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahawashi Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahawashi Barakatam. Did I mess up? When I smirked at me, like, don't mess it up. Don't mess it up. Yep. Sure. We're at Deuteronomy 15. What? Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 8. But thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need, in that which he wanteth. Verse 9. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not, and he cry unto the Lord against thee.
Right. What is he saying? Well, man, the year of release is coming up. We got 6 more months. This dude ain't gonna try to pay me back, and I want my repayment. That's wicked to think like that. Just get what they need. Go ahead. But then the other person shouldn't be wicked to say, well, it's the year of release, let me borrow something, knowing that they weren't gonna pay it back either. Right? Think about it. Real brotherhood and sisterhood and just real genuine people don't think like that. They're thinking, man, I need to borrow this because I need it. I'm gonna get it back. It doesn't matter what time it is. See, these things have to be set up for people that were thinking the wrong way. They were thinking on the game and not thinking about being a brother, being a sister, helping. Right? Like, you know what's funny? Like, there's just certain things, man. You give it, not expecting anything back, not even expecting back what you gave. You just know, like, I'm doing good towards this person because I have the ability to. That's where our mind should be. It shouldn't be calculating on, well, the Jubilee year, well, you know what, I'm gonna borrow this. I'm gonna make sure I borrow it on the 360th day of the Jubilee year. So that way in 5 days I can say, well, it's Jubilee, I don't gotta pay that back. We shouldn't be thinking like that. And we shouldn't be not wanting to lend because the Jubilee is, that shouldn't be our mind state. Our mind state should be, let me supply what's needed.
Right.
Not looking at the time or the repayment. Sounds like fairy tales, right? Sounds like Disney, right?
Uh-huh.
Sounds like a Disney movie, right? If it was all so simple amongst our people, we wouldn't have so much chaos that we deal with. But it's not that simple, unfortunately. But that's why we have the law to make it simple. Go ahead.
And it be sin unto thee.
It be what?
And it be sin unto thee.
Yeah, you see that? It's a sin to have that mind state. Go ahead.
Verse 10. Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him.
Mm-hmm.
Because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works,
Right.
and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 11. For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore I command thee, saying.
So what is it saying? There's always going to be somebody in need.
Con.
There's going to always be a test. There's always going to be a test. What are you going to do? There's always going to be an instance where you can continue to do the righteous acts or you can do the opposite. Go ahead.
Saying, Thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brethren, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. Verse 12. And if thy brother, an Hebrew man or an Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee,
Right.
and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee.
Right. Remember, we didn't make slaves of our own, but we would have servants, paid servants of our own. Why? Because if a man was poor and he needed to get out of debt, he might sell himself, he might sell his daughter, he might sell his son as a worker to get out of that debt or to appease a debt. But that was paid, you were either paying off a debt or you were being paid. Like Jacob, right? Laban kind of dealt with him real weird, but he paid him a wage because what was Laban dealing with? He was dealing with the law. He was just kind of manipulating and twisting the law. Remember Jacob said, you changed my wages these 10 times these years? But one of his wages was what? He was going to work for his wife. Then obviously he got cattle and other things where he was able to leave and be his own man. So we didn't make slaves of our people, but servants, paid servants. And then 6 years into that, when you hit that Jubilee year, you can let them go. They were free to go. Debt canceled, they worked it off, whatever the case may be. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty.
Thou shalt what?
Thou shalt not let him go away empty.
See, this is what Laban was trying to do to Jacob. He was like, give me my kids and my wives. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? Those are my wives and my kids. But Laban, remember, being a Midianite, Laban, Midian? Right. Being away from Abraham and being away from that righteous line, that purity, what was he doing? He was about his wages and his money and what he was going to be missing once Jacob took Leah, Rachel, all them kids, all that cattle. He was looking at that like, I'm blessed because of you. You leave, my blessing is going to be gone. That was the wrong thinking. He should have been thinking, man, since I let you stay with me and I dealt with you righteously, that the Most High was going to keep blessing me. Right. Laban was off. So what did Jacob have to do? He had to steal away, right? He had to sneak away with the wives, the kids, because he knew what Laban was on. But this is what we weren't supposed to do. He wasn't supposed to go away empty. Go ahead.
Verse 14. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock.
Jacob knew that Laban wasn't going to do that. So what did he have to do? He had to yiquab the sheep.
Yep.
Right? He had to yiquab the sheep and breed the sheep a certain type of way so that he could get some. Because he knew Laban wasn't going to just give him a bunch of sheep.
Yep.
He said, furnish him liberally, meaning literally it's like, take what you want. Right? Now, check this out. I'm trying to show you the two mind states here that there should be. If a brother comes to my house, or if I go to a brother's house and the brother says, do what you want in my house, does that mean that I get crayons right on the wall, kick all the furniture over, take my shoes, stomp on the couch, right, like Rick James and Charlie Murphy, right? Do I ride the bicycle, play ball in his house? No. Do what you want means do what you want, but what's the word I'm looking for? Be respectful. So if a brother says do what you want, if he leaves the house and says, man, I want you to house it for me, su casa is mi casa. Well, what do I do in su casa? I don't walk on the couch with shoes.
That's right.
I don't play ball in the house. I don't kick the TV off the wall. I don't write on the walls, right? I clean up, I sweep, I mop, I do the dishes. I'm going to treat it like it's mine. So I'm going to go in there and be respectful. And, you go to a brother's house and, you can, whatever's in the fridge is yours. But does that mean that I drink all his beers?
Nah.
Right? Hey, do I drink the whole 30 pack? I might take one or two beers, right? Drink a few and just, okay, look, he offered, but let me be conscious of what's going on. Let me have some moderation and respect, right? Do I eat up all his eggs? I fry up all the eggs. Hey, like you said, I could take whatever I wanted. Yeah, but in moderation, in respect. Do I eat all the food? No. So even when it says here, you furnish him liberally, a brother had to know, okay, he's going to furnish me liberally, but there's still a cutoff in my head, right? Even though he said, take what you want, that don't mean I take all his sheep, right? I got to sit back and say, man, you know what? I'll just take those two right there.
Yeah.
You sure? No, I'm good. I'll just take those. That's all I need. You take what you need. Not just because it was liberal and you just took whatever you wanted. The mind, there had to be a mind state of consciousness towards your brother. That was giving. The Most High had it towards us. Remember, I'm going to reiterate it. Let's just go there. Let's just go there real quick. When they were building the temple, and the Most High told everybody, bring scarlet, bring gold, right? It's in, what are we in? It's in Leviticus. I think we just read it. But there was a cutoff, man. I think it's in the early chapters of Leviticus. Let's see here. The Most High didn't just keep taking because it was being offered. You know those people that just keep taking because you offer?
Oh, God.
Yeah. Or because it's there? Well, it's there. Okay. That doesn't mean you got to keep taking. It's it was the offerings, and then it was that. I thought we just read that. No, we dealt with the leprosy.
Exodus.
Okay, it's in Exodus. Exodus what? Boy, sharp. What? Exodus what? What chapter?
Building.
It's dimensions.
39.
Oh, is it that far? No. There it is. Is it? You said 39? I thought it was like in the 20s.
If I remember, 28 is when I think they were getting the instruction. And
Offerings for
later on, they started putting it together.
Okay. Somebody find that for me. curtains, staves. I want to find this because I quoted it earlier, but I want us to understand the point. Behold, the Son of Angel of the laws. You said they were building the temple, the veil, the breastplate, the holy garments.
Exodus 36 and 5.
Is that what it is? Let's see.
And they spake unto Moses, saying, the people bring much more
Right.
than enough service for the
Yeah,
Lord.
yeah, read that. Let them know where you at. Yep.
Exodus chapter 36, verse 5.
That is it. So the Most High doesn't take more than what is needed. We shouldn't be in that mind either, because that's an abusive mind state. You're using and abusing, right? That causes the people to not want to give. What's that?
This is just making me laugh because me and Shabak was just talking about this in the mall. Something so small as if you buy a pack of gum for the cart and, you know, brothers and sisters would chew 4 or 5 pieces at one time or pop like 5 of your mints at one time, and it's like $3 a pack of gum. And then you come back after being on, it's like, what happened to the
Well, all the gum.
So moderation, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
On that.
I definitely know how that goes. You know, Lakarab used to kill me with that. Because Lakarab would just chew gum. He'd be in the mall, and he'd just be chewing the gum. And then it's like, dude, what happened to all the gum? He's like, oh, my bad. I'm like, you just sat there and chewed up all the gum? He's like, yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just chewing it. I'm like, yeah, well, it was bought for everybody. It wasn't bought just for today. And you talking about the big thick pack.
Cool.
Yeah. Brothers just chew gum. Ariana, same thing. He'll just chew the gum and not be aware that, wait a minute, it should be for everybody.
It makes you want to just hold on to yours and then just disperse it, like.
Yeah, but then you don't, and then somebody rolls through with a pack of gum for you, or a pack of something else. It always would happen like that. Hey, you guys see anything from the store? Oh, grab a pack of gum. They just come back. Oh, here you go, and the gum is replenished, or the little thing. Hey, it be like that. You know, it just keeps showing you that you can't hold on to any idea, whatever little thing it is. It's not yours. Even though it's yours, it's not.
That's so true.
No matter who it is. I remember it was yesterday or Thursday. What's the day? It was Thursday. I was picking my kids up from school. And I walked into the CVS where they wait. And the lady walked up to me like, can I use your phone? And I was like, I didn't even think about it. I was like, hey. She was like, I need to call my son. I can't find him. I was like, oh, little Indian lady. I just went to the phone thing and handed her the phone and let her use the phone. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think about it like, oh, what do you want my phone for? Where's your phone? I didn't ask her any of that. I was just like, here, use the phone. Because what if I needed a phone? I'm not going to go to, I don't care if you're an Israelite. I'm going to use your phone if I need it. But the things that we do unto ourselves, we got to do to others. You want that same courtesy and respect.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah, she was able to contact her son and whatever the case may be, happy family, blah, 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 right? But let's read this real quick. Bring it back to the point. Where is it at?
Exodus chapter 36, verse 5.
Read it.
And they spake unto Moses, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the service of the work.
Right.
Which the Lord commanded to make.
Go ahead.
Verse 6. And Moses gave commandments, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing.
Yeah, you see that? So the Most High said, okay, they brought enough. That's fine. We don't want to overuse them or overuse what's being brought. Right? So that our minds have to be that way also. It's like we can't, like if I'm hitting y'all up like, hey, we need money for the lamb. It's like, wait a minute, did we already buy the lamb? It's a year-round lamb gathering. And y'all are just giving money for the lamb year-round? Like, come on, there's not that much lamb in the world that we need.
That's true.
So what do we gotta do? Okay, boom, no more lamb, we're good. On to the next thing. You see what I'm saying? But it wouldn't make sense to you if I say, hey, we need money for the lamb right now. And we start collecting money for lamb, and we do that the whole year, and then you start calculating, and you say, wait a minute, but I gave this much, and yada, 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 yada. the lamb costs this much, it wouldn't be right. So now dealing with each other in one-on-one or civil situations, if the Bible says that you furnish that man liberally, well, that doesn't mean that the man that was being furnished liberally just took everything that was presented to him, right? Nobody does that, right? You go to somebody's house, they offer you some water, you even scared to take that. You're like, oh no, I'm good. Your throat dry as hell. You parched. Like if I go to Kazak's house, it's different. Like I know that he's not sitting there like calculating the water I drink. He's like, man, just be respectful. All right, I'm respectful in his house. Same thing. When he comes, I'm not like, bro, the only thing we beef about is the AC. But even that, I'm like, okay, I know he's coming for a few days. I'll turn it down for him, let him be comfortable. But even that, let him be comfortable, right? I know that he needs some AC in his life. So I'll turn it down and let my family be uncomfortable or be out of that little comfort zone for a few days. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Or give up your room. It's not a big deal. But he's not like, oh, you gave up the room, give up the whole house. I'm like, bro, whatever you want is mine. Whatever you want, whatever in here that you need, just take it. Right? But perfect example. He knows that we use like the little massage gun. Right? We old and we got ailments and we gotta get massages. Right? We try to act young. It ain't working. Right? One little gym instance and we're both hurt. So I got the massage gun, he got some massage gun. Usually he travels with his, but he knows I have one. So I wasn't home, but he needed it. He didn't just walk in my room and just start rummaging through my stuff to get the massage gun. He said, hey, can I borrow your massage gun? Yeah. I'm like, bro, just go in the room and get it. He's like, oh, okay. Right? We still got that level of respect where even though it's open to you, I'm liberal, he's liberal, but it's still a respect thing. And that's all the scriptures are saying is that we got to be respectful towards each other. It's still the respect to call and say, hey, do you mind if this or do you mind if that? No, I don't mind, go ahead. Or yeah, nah, that ain't gonna work because of this. But it explained it and communicated things. So
you're more conscious of his feelings also.
Yeah, but that's why the scriptures say, why is it that if I know Kazak is going to stay with me, I just go and turn my AC down and let him be comfortable? The scriptures say, know those that labor amongst you, right? So I know certain things about him that it's like, okay, let me let him be comfortable.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But he'll do the same thing for me because if I go to his house, he's like, he said, look, he be joking, man. He's like, look, I turned it up all the way to 74 for you. And I'm like, that's a big step, because what is y'all stuff on?
67.
Thank you.
Whoa.
It'd be on chill. So for him to go to 74 for me, I'm like, I could go to 70 for you. 71 for you, right? I could do that. It's harsh. It hurt. Right? But that's the thing. We understand. It's not a big deal. Like, I'm not tripping. He's not tripping. It's just that's the mind that we should be in towards each other. But how come we could be in that mind? Well, our communication is, we try to keep it at the utmost where we talk about everything and we understand each other. If I go to Shatak's house, I know how he rolls. If I go to Tahawam's house, just dealing with AC, I know how Tahawam rolls. He likes it nice and toasty. That's my man when it comes to AC. He likes it nice and warm. Right? Lakarab, I don't know what's going on with Lakarab's house lately, but usually he's on the more warmer side.
It's her.
Oh, see, right. Aria, I know one thing about them. He's a degree or two under Kazakia.
Like 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I get it. You see what I'm saying? I get it. And we do these things for each other to show these little gestures that we can condescend and appease and think of each other, right? All these things that we're going over it's all about civil matters and thinking about each other. I know I'm talking about AC, but again, something so small that if you can't turn your AC down for somebody to make them feel a certain way, then what could you do something big? No, you couldn't. And even if you did, it would take a lot out of you to do it.
Yep.
Would you be able to put somebody in your house for a little time and not have to micromanage everything that they do, every move they make? Nah. You would micromanage everything, and you would feel a certain way if they drank your damn almond milk, right? Or they drank the water, and you would feel a certain type of way. It'll irk you. Those things can't irk us, right? So, again, I like that point that Moses, look, they brought more than we needed. Okay, cut off the bringing, right? The Most High is not a user. He's not gonna keep using and taking unnecessarily. We should not be in that same mind also. Or we should be in that same mind. Go back to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 14. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress. Of that wherewith the Lord thy God hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. And it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away from thee, because he loveth thee and thine house, because he is well with thee, then thou shalt take an awl and thrust it through his ear unto the door. And he shall be thy servant forever, and also unto thy maidservant thou shalt do likewise.
Right, servant forever, not a slave, but a servant. So they got a wage or they got a living situation, but they were dealt with on a higher level than just a slave type situation, right? They were literally part of the family. I mean, look at when you watch the old Fresh Prince. I don't know about the new one, but when you watch the Fresh Prince and you look at Joffrey, right, the butler, right? He lived in the house. He ate food, right? He had a bathroom. He had his little living quarters. He was part of the family. He served them, right? He had a job, but they still treated him with respect and dignity, and they didn't degrade him, and they gave him a wage and those different things. So it wasn't like how they did us in slavery or how they did us in Egypt. Go ahead.
Verse 18.
Right?
It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou sendest him away free from thee.
Right. You shouldn't be sitting back like, man, I'm losing something when you send him away. Again, like Laban tried to do with Jacob. I'm blessed because of you, so now I got to keep you. Go ahead.
For he hath been worth a double hired servant to thee, in serving thee 6 years. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all that thou doest.
Only if you deal justly. If you deal with righteousness and equity and truth, the Most High will bless you. But again, Laban, that's the perfect situation, because you can see where he was using the law, but then manipulating little things in the law to try to keep Jacob hostage. And why Jacob had to make the moves that he made to be free from him. Laban knew the law, remember. Who was Laban's daddy? Who was the Midianites' daddy? Abraham. So they knew. But they didn't follow the totality of the law in righteousness. They deviated a little bit from certain things. Where we at?
Verse 19. All the firstling males that come of thy herd and of thy flock thou shalt sanctify unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work with the firstling of thy bullock, nor shear the firstling of thy sheep. Thou shalt eat it before the Lord thy God, year by year, in the place which the Lord shall choose, thou and thy household. Verse 21. And if there be any blemish therein, as if it be lame or blind, or have any ill blemish, thou shalt not sacrifice it unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the hart.
Yeah, you just finished, yeah.
Verse 23. Only thou shalt not eat the blood thereof, Thou shalt pour it upon the ground as water.
Right. No eating blood. We know that, right? We would take the blood, we would pour it under the altar where all that fire, that huge fire was. It would burn up all that germs and disease that was in the blood, to keep the area clean. What's up?
We want to go to 14. We got one to let's read.
No. Bring him up.
I'll read it.
Or you can read it. Any questions on that? Before we go to the next week. Elijah Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ban Yasha'Allah. I might Barak.
Yahawashi Yahshai Brakatah.
Yahawashi Yahshai Brakatah. Where we at? Deuteronomy 16?
Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 1.
Yeah, and really, I mean, this is just going to reiterate what we've already read in Leviticus about the Passover, the feast days, tabernacles. This is going to give us a list of the feast days in this chapter. Go ahead.
Verse 1. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For the month of Abib, the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night.
Right, so right now, we are in the month of Abib. Or in that time, we're in the new year. Remember, the new year is not January. It's what we know as April or springtime. All right, that time when, you know, you can, it's funny. It really started about maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe 3. If you look at the trees, they had no leaves. And then if you look closely, you can see little buds start to bud out of those trees. And that's how you know it's springtime. As soon as you see that little bit of green pop from those trees, that's how you know what time we were in. That's the new year. So if you did Passover before that, you did Passover in the wintertime. Unfortunately, you had people that did Passover before the tree started to bud, so their timing was off. So, you know, those are small little indications that the Most High gives us for the seasons. Just look at nature, right? Look at the nature. Look at the trees. Look at the animals. He said it. Look at the animals. They'll tell you. Look at the trees. Look at the fish. Look at all these different things that signify the timing of what times that we're in. Go ahead.
Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto the Lord thy God, of the flock and the herd, in the place which the Lord shall choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread.
Right, so hopefully y'all been doing the Feast of Unleavened Bread since sundown Saturday, and it ends tomorrow at sundown. Right? Right. Go ahead.
Therewith, even the bread of affliction, for thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, and that thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy cause 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh which thou sacrificed the first day at even, remain all night unto the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, but at the place which the Lord thy God shall choose.
So this right here, if you want to be, you're that person talking about, and it's not a knock on anybody, but let's understand, the whole point of the Passover was to gather together. So you couldn't do Passover at your individual house. It's telling us right here, thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, but at the place which the Lord God shall choose to place his name in. So, I'm not the Most High, Kazaki is not the Most High, but what did we set up? You know, we agreed, war is not the Most High, Zion. We agree on different locations within the 4 schools, whether it be Virginia, 1 year, Houston, San Antonio hosted last year. We hosted a few years in a row before that. You know, even when the pandemic hit and we couldn't travel, we didn't do Passover in everybody's house. We took one location and we had the whole congregation gather at that one location. Y'all see that? It wasn't a bunch of individuals doing their own thing. So for those brothers and sisters, if you're watching online, and if you couldn't make it for any reason, the point is this: try to make it next year where everybody's at. Try to gather. You see that? Try to unify, be in one mind, and that way you don't have to do it on your own. Y'all get that? Again, it's not a knock on a person that if they couldn't travel. There's a lot of reasons why. We get that. We understand that. But we got all this time. The scriptures say to rehearse the righteous acts. The whole point of the rehearsal is to try to get better at what we're doing. Is to try to fulfill more of the law and less of the reasons why not to. There's always going to be a reason why not to.
Right.
Right? Because traveling with women, children, and babies sucks. The babies, right? The stopping in the car when you got to take a 19-hour trip, turn it into 30 hours. It's like that's a reason why not to do it. You know, there's always a reason, but we got to find more reasons too. The law gives us all the reasons too. The unifying and just that coming together. It's fun. It's that one moment in time to have some fun and to relax and let your hair down. And you know, there was people that they didn't get a chance to get that for whatever reason. So going forward, just try to figure out the reasons why you should be around, why you should be more in the mind of just everybody and less in the mind of myself. But if you have to do it at home, at least you did it, right? At least you started and did something and didn't do, I'd rather you do Passover at the house than go collect Easter eggs.
Come on.
Right? Again, circumstances for people are different, we get it. But we know every year there's Passover. We try to announce it early. This year we want to try to do it, don't quote me, because we're trying to work it out, but we want to do it in VA next year, right? Trying to work some things out. We want to make sure that everybody's able to do it. So we got to work things out with San Antonio, their traveling situation, and things like that, but that's what we want to do. So that's why I was looking for plane tickets. I'm trying to do it early. I'm not playing. I got 8 people to take to Passover. I can't buy a plane ticket the week before.
That's true.
Hell nah. I can't do that, or else I'll be paying thousands of dollars that I don't have. So it's better to get on things early, the things you can early. That way when it's time, you just pack and go. But damn, $900.
That's one person.
We're gonna be driving to Passover. But we're gonna be there. Where no matter where it's at. You know what I mean? But that's I'm just putting it out there. VA, all right? Just keep it in mind. That could be where it's at.
Get a caravan going.
something. We'll work it out as the time comes, but remember, we do it every year, and somebody has to travel. No matter where it's at, if it's in San Antonio, everybody got to travel to San Antonio. If it's in Houston, everybody has to travel to Houston that's not in Houston. If it's in Virginia, they get a break from travel, right? Y'all travel
Twice a year.
two times, right? The first Passover that we were supposed to have, that was pandemic, right? So we ended up having to nobody traveled. We were all stuck in the houses. But they've traveled twice. VA, Rochester, right? They were at last year's Passover. That was their first one, and they were brand spanking new. They were like literally. It was December when we got down there, and then Passover was 6 months later. So they were 6 months, but they all traveled. They made that sacrifice. You see that? So just putting it out there, man. Right here is telling you wherever it's chosen is where you show up. Go ahead.
There thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, and the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning, and go unto thy tent. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee, being to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Lord thy God, with a tribute of a free will offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto the Lord thy God, according as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite that within thy gates, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are among you, in the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember that thou was a bondman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the feast of tabernacles 7 days. After that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine, and thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite, the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within thy gates.
That's it? Any questions on that? It's pretty straightforward. Huh? Somebody had a question?
Yes, sir. No, the unleavened, explain that to me again, because I've been doing it this week, but I don't know if I started the right day. But I haven't.
We started it basically the night of Passover, right?
I started it
That's fine. That's fine. Are you on the group? Is she on the group chat? Are you on the group chat?
I would like to be in it.
Right. We could add you because that's where it was announced. And yeah, I kind of did it late. There was so much going on, and it was like, damn, we got to make sure that everybody is reminded of this. We'll add you to the chat, and that's what we announce, like the feast, just reminders of the feast days and things like that. But it's fine. All you do, you started Monday.
Yes, sir.
So Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday. So Monday. Wait, you started.
Monday.
We started. I'm tripping. I gotta write it down. I'm tripping. We started Saturday night, right? So when do we end?
Sunday night.
Sunday night.
After Passover.
Oh yeah, okay, that's where I'm. Right, okay, yeah. We started Sunday night to Sunday. You started Monday, so you'd have to go Monday to Monday.
Okay.
Monday night, so Monday night.
Well, and then again, I don't know, I may be okay, because what I did was I went home and I removed anything, well, I removed everything, I was wondering if there was weed stuff.
Okay. So when you went home Sunday night, what did you eat on Monday?
Well, I didn't eat no bread or anything.
Then you started when we started. So you end when we end.
I
Yeah.
didn't eat no bread or anything.
That's fine. Yeah. We do it like that.
And it has been a joy, definitely, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, get that yeast up out of you. Get that yeast. It's what's killing us. The yeast. The yeast of malice. No. But yeah, so we're ending Sunday night. Right? Right. So you end Sunday night also. I kept thinking that we did the Passover on Saturday. Y'all know me, man. I don't remember that. Y'all know. A lot going on up there. Ramiro Shabbat Yashakar Bar Yashala Imajib Barak
Yahawashi Mishah Brakatham.
Yahawashi Mishah Brakatham. Right? So we're in Deuteronomy. Where we at?
Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 15.
Okay.
7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto the Lord thy God, and
Go ahead.
in the place which the Lord shall choose, because the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy increase, and in all thy work, in all the work of thy hand. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of wheat, and in the feast of tabernacle. And they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he has given thee. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee throughout the tribes. And they shall judge the people with just judgment. Thou shalt not rest judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift.
Okay. So you read to 17. Where'd you read to?
19.
That's fine. You read to 17. Let's go. Any questions on the Deuteronomy? We're going to move over to Isaiah.
Isaiah chapter 10, verse 32.
Any questions on Deuteronomy? Okay, go over to Isaiah 10, 32. You're going to read to verse 9. In Isaiah 10 and 32, you're going to read to chapter 11 and verse 9. So, I mean, the reading is a little different. It's kind of Passover themed, slightly.
Isaiah chapter
10.
10, verse 32. And yet shall he remain and know that day. He shall shake his hand against the mount of the daughter of Zion, the hill of Jerusalem. Behold, the Lord of hosts shall look down with terror, and the high one of stature shall be hanged down, and the haughty shall be humbled, and he shall cut down the thicket of the forest with iron, and the bondman
And Lebanon.
and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one.
Right. In that day of the Lord, what's going to happen? Well, he's going to bring down these nations, the haughty nations. He's going to destroy Babylon, right? The proud, they're going to be brought low, and Israel is going to be brought high. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1.
Right.
And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge.
Right. You know what's crazy about this is this couldn't have been talking about David, because it wouldn't have said that there would come forth. David already died. So this is talking about future tense. So people try to say, oh, you're talking about David. Well, Jesse was David's father, right? Branch of Jesse. But this is talking about future tense. And when you go through all the men of the Bible, you go all the way through Jesse's line, the only other man that is of some significance in this time was Christ. You see that? So it's not talking about David. Isaiah's not prophesying about David. He's prophesying about Yahawashi, or the Messiah that was going to come from Jesse's line. Go ahead.
And in the Spirit of the Lord, and shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Lord.
Right, because this is what the Holy Spirit does. It doesn't make you sing, dance, jump around, speak in weird languages. It gives you wisdom and understanding. Go ahead.
And he shall not judge after the sight of his eye.
It gives you proper judgment, where you're not just seeing something and going off of it. You're not just hearing something and going off of it. You're putting all your senses together that the Most High has given you. Right? You're not making a judgment just off of one account. You're taking, like the scriptures tell you, you can't put a man to death with one witness. It got to be 2 or 3. Why? Because where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, that's where I will be. So you can't use one sense to judge. Well, I seen it. Okay. Did you understand? Did you hear out what you saw? Because you may see something and not understand why it's being done. That happens a lot. Where you see something and you go off of what you saw, but you didn't get the understanding. You didn't hear out the matter to understand why was it being done like that, or let me explain. You know, we always show brothers, like when we in the mall, right? When we're in the mall, right, and you got to deal with the cat that comes up, smells like a pound of dirty weed, right? His pants are sagging. We don't kick him away from the cart, right? But what do? We act like friends, right? We befriend them, right? What's going down? Oh man, yeah, you know, I see your drawers, right? You cap a little bit, right? But you become all things to all men, right? When the little scantily clad chick pulls up and she want to get some oils put on her, you don't be like, sis, go home and change, get dressed. You like, shh, come on over. Let me get these oils on you. Look, all these dudes is looking at you. Hey, y'all come over here too. You use her. I don't know about y'all, but I use her to get more people over. If they all looking, it's like, look, come look, come get a closer look. Right? Don't be scared. Come holler at her. Come talk to her. Let the cart look busy. But then to a young brother, he's like, well, why are you dealing with these type of unsavory people? You're dealing with the publicans and the sinners. Hell yeah. They got the money. That's all that's in the mall. Publicans and sinners, right? But you think it's all men, but you don't become The dude with his pants sagging, like, because the dude got his pants sagging, I pull my pants down?
Yeah, nah.
Or because the chick comes up with her breast out, all of a sudden I want her? No. But you use those things. You don't, and what's the hope? Well, the dude with his pants sagging, you might be able to rap to him and teach him. The chick with her breasts out, you might be able to say, hey sis, what's going on with you? Why are you trying to garner this attention like this way? And help to clean them up. You know what I mean? But go ahead, read on.
Neither reprove after the hearing of his ear.
Right? So again, all the senses got to be put together. But if you don't understand the mode that we're in that mall, you'll just look like they do it in the mall to us all the time. I remember one day, this was way back, not way back, but I was in there, they were like, man, all you guys do is talk to women. And I was like, all I do is sell oils to men. I don't talk to women in the mall at all. I don't pull no women to the cart. They got to come up to me. I don't pull, it's weird, like I don't like dealing with women in the mall, just for that moment, just for that issue, where they're looking and they're seeing who we're dealing with. So the cart, like, all you guys do is talk to women. And I was like, really? And I thought about it. I was like, I didn't pull no woman over to the cart. I got all these women oils. I ain't got no men oils. But they watch and they going off of what they think they see because women are coming up and women want to be around, but men want to be around just like the women. But they see what they want. Then when you explain, like, nah, look, let me show you something. I have to show them. I was like, look in there. Look at all the men. Look at all the women oils. He's like, that's a lot. Little Israeli cat. I was like, come over here real quick. Look in the men's side. He was like, why is it not the same? I said, because we sell to more men than women. We sell to more men than women. We just do. So what you saw was maybe a day where more women came that day. Right. Judged off his eyes and not the full days of the week and the months and all that stuff. So, you know, the sight of the eyes, the earring of the hairs, you got to put all your senses together to make proper judgment.
Right.
This is how you judge things in Christ, without emotions, this is how you don't have to keep apologizing for offending people, for making mistakes, for really it's the offenses. When you make a judgment and it's the wrong judgment, and then you got to come back, oh, Salakia, I'm sorry, I didn't mean da. Well, that should be a lesson that we got to judge things a little bit better. Ask more questions. The more questions you ask, the less you will offend. Y'all know that, right? When y'all are dealing with situations with your kids and correcting them, I like to ask my kids a question. I like Noah. I don't know. Listen, his teachers are emailing me. I know exactly what happened. I want to hear it from him. I want to see, are you going to tell me the truth? Are you going to give me all the instances? Are you going to tell me what led you to whatever you did in school? So he gets in the car. So how was your day? Oh, it was good. Oh, okay. So what happened in the lunchroom? Oh, this happened. Right? This and this happened. Oh, okay, but what about the other part? Right? I ask the question so that way I don't jump to conclusions. I only got one side, which is the teacher's side. Right? A lot of times they don't see what's going on. They just report after the fact. So I get his side, and then I try to match the two things together and try to come to the best conclusion, knowing my son, knowing how he is, knowing what he does, and then knowing the other kids also. Right? That way I don't misjudge him or anybody else. We got to do more of that than just, I see it, so that's what it is. No. Ask more questions. All right? There was a situation, listen, I'm putting everybody on blast. I don't give a damn. There was a situation, there was a council with him and his rib. And there was some things said, and before I came in and just went in, what did I do? I asked questions. I sat there and I asked 50,000 million questions. I had to at least give the brother the benefit of the doubt. I could have went in with the hammer, like, no, she said it, but that's one side. That's one side. So I asked his side, knowing him, but not knowing him and still getting to know him, right? Ask the questions, and that way you don't jump to a judgment and then you got to come back like, oh, you know, my bad, I should have asked more questions, right? I don't know. Read on. I know. Y'all are like, man, leave us alone.
Isaiah chapter
Hey, I'm
11.
just trying to show y'all how to make less mistakes, man. Less offenses. It happens because the carefulness to just ask is not there. You just see something and jump to conclusions. Like, don't jump to conclusions. Find out. The scriptures say, "Hear the matter and then rebuke." Who's really using the Bible and hearing things out? I don't. Let me ask y'all a question. Okay, let me use me. Have I ever went to any of y'all with half a story and just judged the matter? Raise your hand. Be honest. Right. Nobody can raise their hand. With all the counsels I've ever had with brothers and sisters, I've never said, "Oh, well, this person said this, you're guilty." Well, this is what the sister is saying, so what's your part? Okay, she's saying that, so what about that? And I got time. To just hear the back and forth and to mince out the word, the crappy wordplay, the mincing of words. I got time. I do it with my kids all the time. So I'm very proficient at it. But I got time to do it. Why? Because instead of coming to some judgment call just based off of what one thing is being said or how things look, let's come to the right judgment.
That's true.
That's what I'm about. Let's come to the right judgment.
Done.
So we got to take these steps. Like Christ, like Yahawashi, he didn't just judge matters based off of how he felt or how things looked. When that woman was taken by an adultery, right? Well, he had 2 or 3 witnesses. He had more than one Pharisee there. Did he say, "Okay, yeah, you know what, go stone her"? He could have did it. But how did he judge that? Well, what's your part in this? Right? Where's your guilt? Or what sins have y'all committed? Remember yourself before you want to just throw the hammer down on others.
That's true.
Right? The same judgment you judge is what you're going to be met with. We always keep it in mind. You see, some of y'all think it's about being soft and trying to overlook things. No, it's not. It's not about being soft. It's about giving people a chance to auto-correct and to self-correct with what they know. Anybody can come and just lay the hammer down. I could smack y'all with Bible all day and sit y'all down and go in, right? That's easy. That's real easy. It's easy to yell and yell the scriptures, right? That's super easy for anybody to do. Mm-hmm. But the delicate just dealing with each individual and knowing individuals and giving each person a chance to reflect on their wrongs and fix things with the abilities that they have, right? And coming to the realization in their own self. Like, again, nobody should be forced to come to the realization of anything. I can't force that into you. I can only show you, but each man got to come to the realization in their own mind, right? Doesn't the Bible say each man must be persuaded in his own mind? Right? So what's yelling and screaming going to do to persuade you? Nothing. Your own conscience got to persuade you that what you're doing or not doing is right or wrong. We can only say, "Hey, look, it's right or wrong according to the Bible." But you got to be persuaded. My yelling, screaming, my nonchalantness, if that's there, can't persuade you. Right? You have to be persuaded. But still, what's better? When you're persuaded within yourself and the Most High, or me trying to shove scriptures down your throat? Or brothers trying to shove, right? Trying to shove it down your throat. Trying to force it. What you gonna do when you're forced? You gonna vomit that up.
That's true.
Yeah, some brothers been there, right? What happened? You trying to force your wife to assimilate into the truth? You gonna be about this Bible. What does she do? What does she do more? She rebels more. She kicks back more. Your children, the same thing.
Yeah.
Not saying that you don't lay down laws and rules, but it's about method. It's about the method in the way you do things to get the better results. Your judgment and method go hand in hand. The way you see things is the way you're going to administer.
Wow. So true.
Read on.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 4. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor.
So eyesight, hearing, smelling, seeing, touch, righteousness behind that. Got to be some type of spiritual guide behind all those different senses. Go ahead.
And reprove with equity,
fairness. It's all about fairness. Go ahead. The same stuff we was reading about in the Old Testament about bringing the tithes and the things to the priest. That was about equity, bringing everybody into the same estate of equity, where these set of people didn't lack because these set of people had in the abundance. You had the abundance, you brought it over. That way, the priest, the widow, the fatherless, and the stranger did not lack. But then the brother next to you that might have fallen into a bad situation, he didn't lack. Or the sister, they didn't lack. It was about equality. Equity, which is, equity is just being fair. Go ahead.
For the meek of the earth.
Right.
He shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth.
Right.
And with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins. And faithfulness the girdle of his reins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fattening together, and the little child shall lead them.
So there's gonna be a time of there will be a time of peace. It ain't gonna be predator and it's not gonna be predator and prey, kill and kill. It's gonna be a time of peace. Go ahead.
And the cow and the bear shall feed. The young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the
asp. Asp is a snake.
Mm-hmm. And the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice.
Adder is a snake. Mm-hmm.
On the cockatrice then.
Right.
They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountains, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign for the people.
Hold on real quick. No, let's get that one up.
Oh yeah, come on.
You can read. And then you can read it, I can read it. Any questions on that? Yeah, you came just in time. We need one more. Tawun Mayam Shabbat Shah Yahawada Ban Yashala. I might do. Barak.
Yahawah Shem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahawah Shem Yahushua Barakatam. No, he's good. You stay there. Yep. You stay right there, lady. Tell them where we at. We're at Isaiah.
Isaiah chapter 11, verse 10. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Most High shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea.
Yeah, every time we read this, it should show you that if our people are going to be gathered from Assyria, from Egypt, Pathros, Cush, Elam, just think about what an Elamite looks like. Can't you tell when a person's an Elamite? Y'all can't tell? Can you tell when a person's Ethiopian? You're like, oh, you're from Ethiopia, right? You can tell the distinction. But what is the scripture saying? That our people are going to be coming looking like them. You can't judge off of the look. You got to deal with the spirit. We get caught up. More times than not, we get caught up in the look, the hair texture, the skin color, the eye color, and not looking at the spirit of things. But that's why when you read, he said he would not judge by the sight of his eyes or the hearing of his ears, but with righteousness, with equity, with fairness. What's fair? Is it fair to look at somebody's skin color?
Lie.
Is it fair to look at somebody's nationality?
Lie.
Why is it not fair? Well, somebody looked at your nationality and put you at the bottom of the barrel. So are we supposed to be dealing the same? No. That's why I always talk about, you got people out there that just hate they hate white folks, or they hate Chinese people, or they hate this, or they hate that, or they hate. It's all hate. But how can you turn that hate off? How do you know when to turn that hate off when there's a Chinese dude that looks Chinese, but he's actually an Israelite? Ooh. And you breaking all the damn commandments. You hating your brother in your heart. You doing all these different things, right? Or the Edomite that looks like Edomite, but he's not. The Blake Griffins of the world, or the Blake Griffin sons of the world, or you see what I'm saying? You can't turn these things off and on because you want to. And you shouldn't be predisposed to think, I'm going to be hateful here in this setting, and then I'm going to turn off hate and turn it on. Mm-hmm. Be fair with everybody. Listen, the other day when we were street speaking and the dude broke down at the corner, did we look like, oh, that ain't an Israelite, you know what, we ain't going to help him? I was like, man, let's go help this dude real quick. I didn't care what nationality he was. We just pushed the damn car out the way. He didn't say thank you or anything. We pushed it and we just walked off, like not even looking for a thanks. But I would hope that if something happened to me in that big old truck, I can't push that by myself. I would hope somebody would just hop out their vehicle and be able to say, hey, let me give you a push. Yeah. If it came to that. Or let me give you a hand, no matter what. We got to be in that mind of what's equitable, right? Yes, we want to do the just things to our people at all costs, but then think about it. What's worse? A nation that's decent or a wicked Israelite? What would you rather?
Yeah, because you got those cats that say that, oh, it's only Negroids are Israel, right?
Right.
But okay, then you gonna let any Hamite in there? You gonna let like idol worshiping Hamites and guys that let cows pee on their head? You gonna let them in just because they dark skinned? Or you're gonna omit somebody that's Israel because they're too light skinned?
Yeah, cause that's been happening also.
Yeah, like we're not gonna. There's not gonna be a paper bag test for the kingdom. If y'all don't know about the paper bag test, that was like back in the 50s. They would see if your complexion was lighter than a paper bag, then okay, you're white. But if you're darker than the paper bag, then you're black. It's not gonna be like that for the kingdom. You understand? But just real quick on that point, go to Numbers 24:5 real quick.
I mean, check this out. Look at this. Look at this ram's horn. Even in this little ram's horn, you can see the Most High all through this and what he's talking about. This thing goes from the blackest black to one of the lightest lights. Ain't that not our people? All these different shades of brown. It ain't black, it's just brown, dark brown. But even in nature, the word of the Most High is very apparent. why you shouldn't just judge things one way or off of one instance or off of one thing. I mean, look at it. This is our people, the 12 tribes, it's 12 shades.
Shoot, y'all can see me, right? But that's my son right there. Y'all see that? He about 8 shades paler than me. So he couldn't get in, but he just came out of my loins. See, that doesn't make sense to use that color thing, right? So,
Or hair texture thing, or just even location thing. Where they're in this land. We've been doing a lot of research and showing that a lot of them Chinese over there that people be hating on, they were Israelites. The majority, the first Chinese dynasties, the Mings and the Yangs and this, they were Israelites, and they were black as hell. They didn't start becoming white until they started painting their faces white. Then they got intermingled with. But they was white. No, they were black. Excuse me.
and we know it's unlawful, but guess how long Israel been mixing?
Forever.
When the law was set down, but right after the law was set down, go to Numbers 24:5. Read that.
Numbers chapter 24, verse 5. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob.
So this is Balaam prophesying about Israel. How goodly are your tents, O Jacob? Go ahead.
And thy turban and thy tabernacle, O Israel.
Jump to verse 7.
Verse 7. He shall pour the water out of his bucket.
So who's going to pour their water out of their bucket?
Israel.
Israel, right? That's who we're reading about. Go ahead.
And his seed shall be in many waters.
His seed shall be where?
In many waters.
His seed is going to be only in Israel.
In many waters.
His seed will be in many waters.
Yeah,
That was the prophecy right after the law was dropped, because what the Most High knows.
You're gonna break the law.
They ain't going to follow that. You're going to have little Tiger Woods all over the place. Right?
Tiger, Tina, and Tamara, yeah,
Y'all
all
gonna
that.
be everywhere.
Yep.
I mean, look at Venus and Serena Williams. Their father's like,
Oh,
you know what I mean?
They went with Edomites.
Yeah, they both went with Edomites. His whole lineage is gone.
Yep.
His whole nationality is done just because he had those daughters. Y'all see that? I mean, forget staying in your own tribe like the daughters of Zelophehad in Judges and all, or in Deuteronomy and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Forget staying in your own tribe. They didn't even stay in their own nation. That inheritance is gone. Y'all see that? So we're everywhere. There ain't gonna be a paper bag test. There's not gonna be your eyes are a little more slanted than the average. You know what I mean? I mean, that stuff blows my mind. You cannot have read a book. You cannot have read the Bible and come to that conclusion. You could not have read a history book and come to that conclusion that all the tribes are Negroid. If you read a history book, you would find out, wait a minute, we're everywhere. The people that you think you know, you don't know. Netflix told you all the Vikings were Scandinavian, blonde-haired, blue eyes. Guess what? Gwyn Jones, who wrote the book about the Vikings, there's only like 1 or 2 books in the English language about the Viking history, said they were swarthy and curly-haired. Uh-oh. So wait a minute, they didn't look like Thor, God of Thunder? No. They look like you. Viking wasn't a nationality, it was a profession. You were a pirate. You understand? That's what Viking means, that you're a pirate. So by profession, most of the Vikings, most of the pirates were black. Where do you think you get names like, for pirates, Blackbeard? Right? Eric the Black. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think they gave those names to? White people?
Even when you deal with, it's funny you said that you deal with Christopher Columbus, his whole crew. So this whole crew was black men.
And
all them
and Jews.
They were all Jews, but they were black. They were all just Israelites, Spanish speaking, French speaking, but they were black men.
Yeah.
That he rolled with.
If you want to know the biggest racists on the planet, the biggest ones pushing the Nazi propaganda is Netflix and Snapchat. Because everybody that's beautiful and doing anything sexy on Snapchat is a white chick. Like 20 Jews could be doing the same dance, but Snapchat's only gonna feature the white girl with the blonde hair. Netflix got every historical figure as a white person. It don't matter what nation they are. Reign was about the French kingdom, right? All white people. When you read the books, all those people were historically black. Mary Queen of Scots, she only liked black men. You know what I mean? But the only black person they put in the whole show of Reign was her pet black person, little midget. Y'all see that? But Mary Queen of Scots was black herself. She was a descendant of King James. Yeah. She only liked black men. So her husband would have been a black man. Her husband being the King of France. Uh-oh. That means the King of France was black. So everything you thought you knew about history, the Tudors, right? All the Tudors were white. But guess what? In history, Henry VIII was a black man. Because his daughter was Queen Elizabeth, first Queen of England, black. You understand? Everything you think you know about history is going to come back to being a dark-skinned person. And then get lighter from there. So when you think you know the Bible, you got to replace all those images that you've been shoved into your head. Because these are not all white people we're reading about. These are people that look like y'all. And when I say like y'all, I mean from him all the way to Shalomaya right here. Because the tribe of Issachar, the women were described as having hair like goat's hair, which means it wasn't always nappy. We weren't all nappy headed. Some of us had the long, stringy hair like a goat. Some had sheep's wool, some had goat's hair. Y'all never read about the Shunammite woman, Song of Solomon? Mm-hmm. Shunamites are Issacharites. Mm-hmm. The little woman that was curled up with David in his old age, keeping him warm, Issachar. Mm-hmm. You understand? So we had all shades. There ain't no paper bag test. There ain't no, hey, these people are Jews and these people ain't. You ain't gonna know. You got the Ethiopian eunuch, but he was a devout man, meaning he was a Jew that lived in Ethiopia up under the queen and probably did her accounting like all of us did. We all did some kind of accounting job or took care of money, banking and all that. Spain, when we was getting kicked out of Spain, they were kicking out all the bankers, all the lawyers, these were all Jews. And they would know they were Jews because on the Sabbath day, their chimneys wouldn't smoke. We didn't light fires on the Sabbath. So they know, go to their house, kick them out, take all their stuff. We were the rich. We were the aristocrats. The Spanish language is not a European language, a Caucasian European language. We invented that. It's a mixture of Latin and Hebrew. Look it up. You know what I mean? Find out how you say sugar in Hebrew, and then how do you say sugar in Spanish?
Sugar is what? Sucrose?
Azúcar. It's the same in Spanish and Hebrew. Y'all see that? So we're not gonna know. That's why the angels are gonna have to come figure this out. He said when the wheat and the tares gotta grow together. Have you ever seen wheat and tares grow together? Have you ever seen weeds grow in anything? You gotta wait until the thing grows up, man. I got weeds growing up into my flowers in the front, and I had to wait till they get full grown because you dig up the flowers on accident. Mm-hmm. So you wait till they get full grown, and you just pull that weed right out from the flower. You could tell the difference now. But you ain't gonna know just from looking at them. Y'all understand? You ain't gonna know a Hebrew just by looking at them. Romans 8:16. The Spirit is gonna bear witness with our spirit that we are the children of God. Y'all understand? That's how we're gonna tell them apart. You gotta let them grow up with the knowledge and see who rejects it. Because you got a lot of people we thought was Israel and turned out, they're not Israel. Why? Because their spirit bore witness to it. Oh, you 2/3. Oh, you you a nation, bro. You know what? We kind of thought you might be a nation, but now that you blaspheming the Most High and the Holy Spirit and brothers and sisters and everything else, now we know. Y'all see that? And there's gonna be a lot of dark-skinned people darkening up hell. There's gonna be a lot of dark-skinned, nappy-headed people entertaining Satan and his angels. And there's gonna be some people in the kingdom that you're gonna be like, wait, how the hell you get in? Hold on, white boy, how you get up in here? You're gonna be spooked. You understand? So you gotta flip those images that are put in your head. Let's go back. Unless you got something. Y'all got something?
No, that's you said it all. It's good.
We're at 11 verse 12. Isaiah 11 verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah, the four corners of the earth. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistine. Toward the west, they shall spoil them of the east together. They shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. And the Most High shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea. And with his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and shall smite it in the seven streams, and make men go over dry shod. So people ask, how are we going to get back? He's going to do the same thing he did when we got out of Egypt. He's going to do that here. We're going for the ones that ain't taken by the chariots, you're going to walk through that Atlantic Ocean. Is it Atlantic that separates Eastern and West Hemisphere? You're going to walk through the Atlantic Ocean. What used to be the Atlantic Ocean is going to be a nice dry road. And if you know anything about the time of Egypt, it wasn't just a dry dirt road with a bunch of coral reefs we had to trip on and cut our legs on. We walked over on grass.
The grass root, yeah.
Grass on the bottom of the ocean. AstroTurf. Let's see, where we at?
Verse 16.
Verse 16. And there shall be an highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like as it was to Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. See? Let's see, chapter 12. Chapter 12, verse 1. And in that day thou shalt say, O Yahweh, I will praise thee. Though thou wast angry with me, thine anger is turned away, and thou comfortest me. Behold, Yahweh is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Most High Yahweh is my strength and my song, and he also is become my salvation. Therefore, with joy shall you draw water out of the wells of salvation. And in that day shall you say, Praise you the Most High. Praise you the Most High. Call upon his name. Declare his doings among the people. Make mention that his name is exalted. Sing unto the Most High, for he has done excellent things. This is known in all the earth. Cry out and shout, thou inhabitants of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel in the midst of thee. So we're not going to be taking credit like we did when we left Egypt. We're not going to be raising up idols and golden cows saying this is the God that led us out of the land of Egypt. You understand? Why? Because the Most High gonna be right there like, no, no. There was no damn golden cow. That was me. You understand? He said he's gonna be right there in the midst of it. Where are we going?
We go to John, chapter 20, and verse 15.
Any questions on that? St. John 15, verse 20.
20 verse 15.
20 verse 15?
Oh, sir.
So this is the hope all of y'all should have in y'all mind, man. When you envision the kingdom, that's what y'all should be envisioning. When y'all envision why you're here, when you sit there and why am I here? Why am I going to EO? Why am I loading these trucks up? Why am I making these garments? Why am I sitting here listening to this sister? Why am I repainting the school all over again? Right? Why am I doing all these works? Well, because I got a hope that the Most High is going to be dwelling amongst my people. The Most High is going to be with me in all these things. And at the end, I win. If you show me another book, show me any other book that says you win, that prophesies that your victory is imminent. Go, get them. We can line them up, man. Does the Quran say that Islam wins? Does the Tao Te Ching tell you that the Chinese are going to win at the end? Buddha will rise from the wherever the hell he went and come back and save his people with his mighty kung fu? Have y'all seen any other religious books? The Bhagavad Gita, everybody in there is already dead, if they ever existed. There's no other religious book that promises this. You understand? This promise is to you, to your kids. That's why you're doing what you do. You understand that? Really? That's how you show you understand that?
I've been going in all morning, so they probably wore it out.
Where are we at? 20 verse 15, right?
Yeah, they got an air for all morning.
St. John 20 verse 15. Yahawashi saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be the gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou have borne him hence, tell me where you hast laid him, and I will take him away.
Yahawashi said unto her, Mary. She turned herself and said unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Yahawashi said unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and to your God. Mary Magdalene came and told her disciples that she had seen the Lord, and that he had spoken these things unto her. Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews, came Yahawashi and stood in the midst, and said unto them, Peace be unto you. And when he had so said, he showed unto them his hands and his side. Then were the disciples glad when they saw the Lord.
Hey, can I say something right here? Verse 19. Read that again real quick.
John chapter 20, verse 19. Then the same day at evening, being the first day of the week, when the doors were shut, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Jews.
For fear of who?
The Jews.
Some of y'all get so heartbroken, man, when one of your own says something mean to you. They say something that discourages you. They say something that kind of betrays your trust. Who did you think it was going to come from? You get so broken when the family member cusses you out about your beliefs. You get so broken, so disheartened when your family member won't join your side and won't not celebrate Easter with you, or not celebrate Christmas with you, or they persecute you, or they make fun of you when you get to the family gathering. Who else is gonna do it?
It wouldn't be betrayal if it was a stranger.
God, you already know your enemies. They're your enemies, right? But betrayal comes from your own lover and friend.
Your own familiar friend.
Yep. That comes from your own people. Y'all see that? People get broken out. I don't want to do this anymore. This sister left. She just left us high and dry. This brother just left us. He didn't care. Yeah. That's where the betrayal comes from. That's what betrayal means. What did you think it meant? See, we got too church-minded. Go in there every Sunday, see the same old people, faking the same old front, right? And, oh yeah, that's Brother Jim over there. That's Sister Christine over there, right? The choir director, blah, 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 right? And it's always the same people. And they're there, why? Because there ain't nothing to go through. There ain't no trials, no tribulations, no nothing. So where's the betrayal gonna come? They're already talking stuff behind your back anyway. You talking stuff behind their back. They ain't friends. That's why it doesn't happen really in church. But it happens here, because this is family. This is thicker than family. This is spiritual family. So who hurts you the most? See, before you, that's why the scriptures even tell you about a man for his own wife. Don't marvel if she trespass against you. Why? Who else would be trespassing against you? The nations? If you trusted an Edomite in your life, that's on you. If you trusted a Chinese man in your life, that's on you. It's the people that you trust is going to be right next to you.
That's true.
Huh? Those are the ones that are going to betray you. Or at least betray your trust. Y'all see that? So we gotta shed this image and stop getting so disheartened and want to fall back when people leave, when people fall out of the spirit, because people mess up, man. We're people. Keep plodding along, keep plowing and working out your own soul's salvation. Huh? I mean, if you can hold hands with somebody and bring them in the kingdom, grab a hand, but it ain't really going down like that. It's going down more like Titanic. Where your own rib won't even let you on the floating piece. You know what I mean? Can I get a quarter of the headboard? Where she, I'll never let you go, and then she let your ass go. That's how the kingdom's going down for real. He said, one from a city, two from a field. Hate to burst y'all bubble, but we ain't all. Not everybody's getting in. It's like the military. When right before a war, they line everybody up and say, "Look to your left, look to your right." That person ain't coming back with you. Like, I didn't want to hear that. This is the war. You understand? It's gonna be your own. So don't be surprised. Don't get disheartened. Don't quit. Don't give up. Expect it. And keep those dear to you that you know are doing the work. Know those are working labor amongst you. You understand? Go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 1.
Any questions on the reading before we go to Wisdom of Solomon?
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
This is why the scriptures say, the scriptures tell us what? It says, don't worry about how the wicked be punished, but how the righteous will be saved. All too many times we worry about the justice and the repaying of some wrong or something that was done wrong, right? But that's going to work itself out. It takes time. Sometimes people are not going to realize how wrong they were until the end. right? It's telling us right here. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such that afflicted him. When is that going to be? Well, many of the ones that afflict us are not going to see how wrong they really were until the end, when they got to stand before Christ, when they see our salvation and their damnation. It says many will. What does it say? Many will be rise to everlasting salvation, but many will many will rise to be risen. I'm misquoting it. It's
Daniel.
many will be risen to everlasting life, but then some will be risen to everlasting condemnation or yeah. They're gonna be risen back up to be able to witness the end of their works, right? So the righteous, the ones that stay diligent, faithful, stay fighting, stay with their eye on the prize and not veering off even to look for the punishment of the wicked. They're going to be able to stand in great boldness just in what? Their faith in their works. Their faith in their works. Watch.
And you know, I gotta say this too.
Hold on real quick. Let me just read one scripture up in verse 4, and then you can come right in. It says, and when they cast up the account of their sins, they shall come with fear, and their own iniquities shall convince them to their face. That's Wisdom of Solomon 4:20. That's what's going to convict a lot of people when their sins get up to the Most High, and they got to stand and give account for that. They're not going to see what they're doing here in this present time. But we have to be aware of what we're doing in this present time, not being caught up in, when are they going to get it? When are they going to get punished? I went through this, how come they don't go through this? How come this, how come that? Everything doesn't work out when you want it to work out, sorry. Everything is on your timetable. Though judgment be not executed speedily, it's set in the hearts of men to do wickedly, right? Some things are just set for a time, and it's not for you to dictate the time or for us to dictate when. The only thing you can dictate is what? Yourself, your movements, your spirit. That's it. The only thing you can be accountable for is you, not anyone else. So, you know, I like it because it's showing us that, but you had something.
Oh, no, it's just going off of what we're reading about with the Jews. You know, these were the Jews they were afraid of. And not to try to make everybody look at each other suspect or nothing like that, but, you know, bringing this a little closer to home, who are the people that are sometimes overlooking our righteousness?
Each other.
It's each other. I mean, we ain't doing our works out there with the nations.
It's almost like,
right? When y'all sew the garments, are y'all doing it in front of the Edomites and the Moabites and everybody else?
Nope.
Y'all doing it with each other, right?
Yep.
So one sister might overlook your righteousness.
Yep.
It ain't, Esau's obviously going to overlook your righteousness. They ain't there. So it's going to be a sister or a brother that you've been laboring right next to, and they overlooking your righteousness. So you got to sit there and ask yourself, well, who am I doing it for? Am I doing it for that brother or sister?
Nope.
Colossians 3:23. I'm doing it all to the Most High, right? Okay, so why am I upset that this brother or sister overlooked my righteousness? Why am I upset that they overlook my works? Because here's one thing you gotta know. Hebrews 6:10. This is the only thing that matters. When you're doing your works and your labors of love, yes, maybe Quatzazap, the general of the camp, isn't right there over your shoulder like, hey, good job, pat on the back, right? Maybe your husband isn't there, oh man, them eggs were fire. You were the rib of ribs. Right? You might not get lifted up by that person right next to you or the person you served and did that for. But if you did it with the right spirit, if you did it with this in mind, you will never fail. You'll never be let down. Read that.
It's the book of Hebrews chapter 6 and verse 10.
Uh-huh.
For God is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love.
Who doesn't forget your work and labor of love?
Read it again.
Read it again.
For God is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love.
See that? The person you did all that stuff for, he's watching. If you did it for him, he's not going to forget your work and labor of love. But if you did it for men, you have your reward, like Yahawashi said. They overlooked you. Good job. You did all that fronting for that man, and he didn't even look twice at what you did. You did all that fronting, acting like you was in the Holy Spirit, just so you could show up some sister, and she ain't even look twice at you.
Or you got criticized.
Right, she didn't envy you. You thought you was gonna get her envy and her jealousy and all that. She was like, "Oh, shut up, sis," with a big smile on her face, like she didn't know what the hell you did. But guess what? The Most High was watching. So you had your reward. Hey, okay, well, you got the reward of that. They ignored you completely. You didn't do it for me, so you might have got a reward out of that. See, the Most High, he's not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love. So don't get disheartened when the brother or the sister that's next to you overlooks your labor of love. When they don't give you a golden plaque. Right? Hey, you brought a brother into class. Here's your golden plaque. Nope. Kingdom builder, officer of 9,000. No. The Most High is watching your works. He doesn't miss any work or labor of love you ever do. If you did it in his name. See, that's the stipulation. Watch, read on.
Which ye have showed towards his name.
See, you got to be doing it toward his name, not for yourself in your own personal glory. Read on.
In that ye have ministered to the saints.
See, what are you doing?
Read it again.
Ye have ministered to the saints.
So who overlooked you?
The same ones you ministered to.
The saints.
The saints.
Right? Who didn't pat you on the back because you came in and painted the whole school up, or who didn't pat you on the back because you made a meal, or who didn't pat you on the back because you braided their hair or whatever you did? The saints, the same people you did it for. Yeah. But the Most High was like, hey, they did a good job, man. They hooked that up like nobody was watching. Y'all see that? Well, then that's when you get your reward. When you're not doing it to men please, that's when you get your reward. You understand? Go ahead. Go back. And read that in Wisdom of Solomon again.
Read it from verse 1 real quick, because I'm going to jump to something.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him.
See? With those that have afflicted you, which are going to be who? So I got to keep centering it back because we think we're going to go out there and be afflicted. I've been in the truth 20 years, man. I ain't had one white man come spit in my face. I ain't had one white man come and try to fight me. Maybe a little bit. But none of them try to persecute me or nothing like that. But it's my own people to be the first ones to hurt me. First ones to want to lay hands on you.
That's true.
Y'all see that? Mm-hmm. So we're going to be able to stand in the face of those that afflicted us boldly. Why? Because the Most High is going to say, hey, you put up with all her nonsense all that time. Hey, you put up with all that brother's mischief all that time. And he's going to be the one patting you on the back. He's going to be the one saying, come over here and be Lord over many cities. Y'all see that? Meanwhile, that person that afflicted you, whether they did it out of maliciousness or spite or just accident, they're going to catch that reward. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
And made no account of his labors.
Right, and they didn't make no account of your labors. They didn't give you no credit. They didn't give you no accolades, no nothing. That's okay. You still gonna stand up boldly before them. Why? Because you did your job. You understand? Go ahead.
When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
See, when they see it, they're gonna be like, "Oh, damn, I did them wrong." Eee. Like when that Roman officer saw Yahawashi on the cross.
Yep.
Like, this truly was the Son of the Most High. When that sky went black and the earth quaked and the veil rent, he's like, I think we killed the wrong guy.
Should have kept Barabbas.
Right? You know what I mean? Too late now. But they'll see it. They'll see their mistake. They'll get their turn. Go ahead.
And shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for.
See, it's going to be beyond a little plaque. Your salvation is going to be beyond a pat on the back, a good job, a kind smile from the person you've been trying to please. It's going to be beyond that. You understand? Mm-hmm. It's not being overlooked. Everything y'all doing is not being overlooked. No matter how tedious, no matter how monotonous it seems, no matter how much you get tired of it, you're fed up with it, the Most High is watching. He's waiting to reward you. You understand? That's his joy. He says he takes pleasure in the prosperity of his servants. Y'all get that? Do your job, yes, amongst your people, but do it in the sight of the Most High. Don't do it for who's watching. You understand? Because that's all the reward you're going to get. All you're going to get is that little pat on the back. Hey, good job, brother. Hey, good job, sis. Okay. If that's what you did it for, you'll get that. Or if you don't get it, that's all you worked for, was it to get ignored. But either way, you ain't getting nothing from the Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools counted his life madness, and his end to be without honor. How was he numbered among the children of the Most High? And his lot is among the saints. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness hath not shined unto us, and the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. We wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction.
See, it says they got rewarded and got rest from that. Now they wearied themselves in wickedness. Y'all see that? These people gonna get tired of all this wickedness. You're like Dwayne Wade's son has strived and fought to be this gay little boy, gay little girl, whatever the hell he's trying to be, right? And then went and ended up getting with a boy, right? He turned into a girl, and he got with a boy, but it's actually a girl anyway.
Huh?
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
it made no sense.
So he basically is still heterosexual.
Right.
You wearied yourself in wickedness, man.
That's crazy.
And you got nowhere. You was a hamster on the damn wheel. Y'all see that? They gonna weary themselves in wickedness, man. They're building all these weapons and everything. They think they're gonna fight your house out, and all they're gonna have to show for it is labor. That's the beauty of it, man. People weary themselves around you, trying to set you up, trying to lie on you, trying to deceive and take your credit, take your glory, and things like that. All they're gonna have is labor. At the end of it, the Most High knows everything you did and everything they did. He's the great equalizer.
That's so true.
Go ahead, man.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 7, second precept. Yea, we have gone through deserts where they lay no way. But as for the way of the Lord, we have not known it.
See, and at the end of it, they wearied themselves in all this wickedness, wearied themselves trying to go work for the man, trying to go sell drugs, trying to do gangs, whatever they were doing. They wearied themselves in that. And at the end of it, they never got to know the Most High. They never got to know the one who could of a sudden make a poor man rich. Y'all see that? They wearied themselves in their little 9 to 5, punched that clock every day to an ingrate boss. And in the end, they never strove to learn about the Most High, who could have made it so they never had to work again. That's crazy, huh? I'm proud to say all the time, I have not punched a clock since like 2001, 2002. That's the grace of the Most High. I ain't had to answer to no Edomite boss, no Chinese boss, no Arab boss for 20 years. And I'm not homeless. Y'all see that? But at the end of this wicked kingdom, all they're gonna have to show for all they did was labor. They ain't even gonna have the fruits of their labor around them. Yahawashi gonna atomize that. It's all gonna be burnt up. All the Bilderbergs and the great libraries they name after these so-called great men is gonna be burnt to ash. There's nothing gonna be left of any of these men who killed and buried people to make money, to make themselves famous. But your name's gonna last forever. That's crazy, yeah. Think about it. Look, the only time our enemies are really mentioned by name in the Bible is how big their destruction was. Other than that, when it says David killed his 10,000s, it doesn't name each person he killed. They don't have a name anymore. All his adversaries are just part of the 10,000s. But David's name is still in it. David's name has survived for a couple millennia now. Y'all see that? Everybody that went up against Moses, his own people that went up against him, the only ones you really remember is Dathan and Korah. That's the only ones they name by name, and then they say, and then a multitude with them. And what does it say about them? They all got swallowed up. They all under the earth right now. Y'all see that? But Moses' name has been going on for millennia. He's still a household name. Your name's going to live forever, if that's what you're striving for. If the only thing you're striving for is some recognition from the person next to you, some envy, you might get that, but you might just end up with labor. And that would really hurt. Don't that hurt when you know that, like, you did a whole bunch of work for absolutely nothing? Hey, I got all this paperwork done for you. Oh, we got a new file system where everything's computerized now. Here's some gauze for your paper cuts and thanks for your time. Damn. That hurts, right? That's how it's going to be for the wicked, man. They're just going to have labor. Go ahead. Verse 8. What hath pride profited us? Or what good hath riches with our vaunting brought us? All those things are passed away like a shadow, and as a post that has hasted by.
Verse 10. And as a ship that passeth over the wave of the water, which when it is gone by, the trace thereof cannot be found, neither the pathway of the kneel in the waves. 11. Or as when a bird hath flown through the air, there is no token of her way to be found, but the light air being beaten with the stroke of her wings, and parted with the violent noise and motion of them, is passed through. And therein afterwards no sign wherefore she went is to be found. Or like as when an arrow is shot at a mark, it parteth the air, which immediately cometh together again, so that a man cannot know where it went through. Even so, we in like manner, as soon as we are born, begin to draw to our end, and have no sign of virtue to show, but were consumed in our own wickedness. For the hope of the ungodly is like dust that is blown away with the wind, like a thin froth that is driven away with storm, like as the smoke which is dispersed here and there with a tempest. And
He's really trying to make sure you get this. That the wicked, there is nothing. You know what I mean? He's like beating this over the head, like just the Most High is really trying to let you know that, listen, if you're not doing it for him, you're not doing anything. He's like hammering that point home, man. Like, oh, it's like when a bird flies through the air. You ain't even gonna see where the bird went to or came from, right? You ain't gonna see the trace. You ain't gonna see what it's like a boat going through the ocean. He just keeps giving you example after example. Why? Because he's really trying to beat this into your head. All that labor you're trying to do outside of this is for nothing. It will not be remembered. If you're not doing it for the Most High, you're only living to die. That's sick, right? You like a weed. Right? Nobody remembers you. They just want to get you out of the way. Go ahead.
14. For the hope of the ungodly is like dust that is blown away with the wind, like a thin froth that is driven away with the storm, like as the smoke which is dispersed here and there with a tempest, and passeth away as the remembrance of a guest that tarrieth but a day.
See, y'all picturing this as just words on a paper. I picture this as somebody talking to me and how annoyed I would be getting at this point. Like, okay, I get it. No, it's like a froth. You know what I mean? No, it's like, you know when you like stir sugar into your coffee and then it just goes away? It's like that. Okay, yeah, I get that. It's like when he's like, damn, bro, I get it. He's really trying to hammer this point home for you. You understand? You gotta know this, because otherwise you're gonna be convinced, because Satan will try to convince you that out there you're really gonna get something. There's really some kind of reward. Right? He got these young little hoes convinced that if you twerk hard enough, there's gonna be a reward for that. If you just sit out there in front of that gas station outside your car and raise your miniskirt up above your waist and twerk hard enough, somebody's gonna come out and give you the Golden Twerk Award. Look, if you just hold hard enough on Instagram, some rich man is gonna say, "Ooh, there's a valuable prize right there." Wait, that one? No, this one. Hold on. Let me scroll back to wherever the hell she went after my page refreshed and I lost her. There's no reward for that. I be looking at them like, what do they think they're gonna get out of this? You got a like, and then that nigga never remembered you again. You gotta think about that. That's crazy, right? They do all that. They get all the makeup, get all the lighting. They get the lighting, the little lighting ring, right? Go out there and buy the best lingerie and everything that they ain't never gonna wear again. For that one picture where they sold their entire soul. Just to show their tonsils from the back one time. And then they get a boop. And then you're gone. You're out of their life. That's sad, man. But get them in the truth, and they can't put together a scripture for you. They can't put together a class for the kids. They can't make a meal. Come on, man. This you're gonna actually get a reward for. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
15. But the righteous live forevermore. Their reward also is with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High.
Wow. See, that's the big point. A lot of y'all not understanding. We got to break the church mentality. The church mentality told you God loves everybody. That just told you he only loves the righteous. He only cares about the righteous. That means all the machinations the wicked got stacked up, he ain't even paying attention to that.
So he hates all workers.
What's that, sis?
If I could just comment on what you're saying, because I feel like it's just speaking to me more about this week in the mall. I met a girl who does OnlyFans, and she had on a shirt that says "Famous only on OnlyFans," and I seen her go by, and I kind of yelled out something to her, and then I told Yashakar, so when she comes back, I want to stop her. And I told him how I seen that this girl on Instagram made $33,000 in 8 months. She posted her numbers, and she was like, once she's pregnant now, and she's like, once I have this baby, I'm going right back to doing that. And
she's pregnant now.
Yeah, she's pregnant now. So I explained to him, like, these girls are like coming up on this, and by doing this, I seen another girl make like $27,000 in like 6 months, just scamming though.
Oh, yeah.
There was nothing on there, but she was making it seem like there was something on there. They subscribed, boom, $25, and it adds up. And so I ended up talking. I stopped her. I talked to her. I sold her a bottle, and I asked her, like, what pushed you into getting into this, and how much do you make, and how much have you made? And she told me basically like $25,000 in a year and a half. And then, and I told Yashakar, just, speaking my mind to him, I'm like, sometimes when you see that, it's like, dang, like, I don't got $33,000, these girls got money off of doing stuff like this. And he dropped some scriptures on me, like, instantly, and then it was just like, Khan, the Most High don't got me in that position. Like, he got me here right now. He's not dealing with that. He's not dealing with them, and he's dealing with me. And that's a greater reward. Just being able to learn his testimonies, his statutes, and being around when I'm around. It's a reason why I have a higher calling on my life. And Yashakar confirming that with me. This is just confirming that with me even more. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And see, they never show you the end of those stories either. You know what I mean? They don't tell you about the 47% tax they get for all them gifts, right?
Yeah.
When they go on there and they hit up the dudes for lingerie, buy me this lingerie for $500, and every dude starts inboxing them $500 on Cash App.
Yeah.
They gotta pay 47% of that in taxes.
Yeah.
And if they forget, guess who comes knocking? You know what I mean? They don't tell you about the trips to Dubai they gotta make to actually receive that money. Where a bunch of Arabs just sit around in a circle and pee on them and degrade them. You know what I mean? They don't tell you about the backstories of that, where they're basically for rent to anybody in any city they go to. And they have to be, contractually. Yeah, see, there's a backstory to everything. Satan don't give nothing away for free. Alright? You ain't just gonna get to be able to sit up there with your heels wrapped around your head. You know what I mean? And get money. It's not how it works. They're gonna make a certain amount of money until a certain point, and then the tax man comes knocking. Or Satan comes to get his due. You know what I mean? That's why you said it. She's pregnant now. Now she gotta explain to her kids how they live the lavish lifestyle they live. Why she gotta close the door and pull down the black curtains in her room for about 2-3 hours a day. You know what I mean? Why she's gonna be trapped in that life forever. And then when she gets her first wrinkle, or once enough people are tired of seeing her insides, then what? Because see, most of them, they do it, remember, what does a fool do with money? Right? So while she's young and sexy, she's out there on Instagram, OnlyFans, right? She goes out, takes her earnings, gets her some red bottom shoes, right? Because that's what's popular. She goes and gets some more better lighting, right? She goes and gets a Louis bag, right? Some Michael Kors, some Coach, right? And she uses that stuff like one time. But then where's the money at? Where's all her riches at? She got to go right back in front of the camera to try to re-up, right? For things she uses one time and is thrown away. You understand? The things we're stacking up, we're gonna have forever. Where moth nor rust do corrupt. Matthew 6. You gotta remember these things. You know what I mean? What we're stacking up, it doesn't seem tangible right now. But when I think of it like this, when I look back on my life, when my son says, "Damn, thanks for passing me down this big house and these cars and giving me this wisdom," I'm never gonna have to explain to him why there's pictures of me on the internet butt naked getting parking cones shoved in. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna have to have that story. Like, you think the birds and the bees story is hard to do with your kids? Imagine trying to live that lifestyle and then explain that to your kids. Kim Kardashian wept in tears when little North or whatever accidentally popped up one of her naked videos on Roblox.
Wow.
She was in tears talking to Kanye about that. Why? Because she can't justify how she got her millions. She can't justify what she did to get fame and fortune. She can't see justifying that to a kid. Because a kid ain't gonna understand that.
That's
Mommy,
so true.
what are they doing to you on this video? Well, that's how I got your Tonka trucks this year. That's how I got you those Nikes. Yeah. I don't want to go to school no more in these Nikes. I don't want to be seen in public with you.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the worst thing, man. My kid was like, "I'm ashamed of you." Damn. Then you got to go before Yahawashi, and he got to say, "Depart from me. I don't know you." You know what I mean? Like, "Hey, ain't you the internet hoe?" Nah, I don't know you. Wait, you OnlyFans famous? You was begging with your titties out? Because that's what it is. You're begging for money with your breasts out.
Yeah.
The people on the corner got more dignity than you do. At least they got a cup and they say, "Why lie? I need a beer." You going out there saying, "This is the only kind of work I could get." Bull crap. You just didn't want to do the work to be a lawyer. You saw it, and then, like I said, what do you do when your looks go away? Because the looks ain't forever. How many 90-year-olds you seen on Instagram and hit the like button? Nobody? Any perverts? No. Even the perverts don't like you at 90. They scrolling for something younger. So what you gonna do when you get old? What you gonna do when the wrinkles come? What you gonna do when you get a little saggy, you ain't perky no more? Depend on that money that you blew on Louis Vuittons when you was perky? Because you didn't have no brains to put that in a savings account. You didn't have no brains to invest it. You didn't have nobody. You was doing it all by yourself, so you had no man to say, "You know what you need to do with your money?" Think about it. Look, Megan Good just broke up with her husband, right? A little while ago. Preacher. What's she gonna do when she gets old? What's she gonna do when nobody cares if she's on a movie or not? What do you do? What's Kim Kardashian gonna do when she got 4 or 5 kids and niggas is tired of poking her? They tired of being the next guy in line. Yeah, think about that. What's she gonna do with them kids? Who raises them? Who teaches them how to be men and women?
Oh, wow.
Her? She gonna teach her young daughters how to be women? Mom, how do I live in righteousness? I don't know nothing about that. Get some implants and a butt injection. I don't know. What can I tell you? That's how I made it. And then you gotta watch your kid follow in your footsteps, get ran through by Ray J. Think about it. You see, Christ said it. One man go to war and don't consider the cost. He don't sit down and count the cost. There's a cost to everything. When you sell out to Satan, there's a cost. You understand? When you sell out for the Most High, there's a cost. All he requires is your body to be a living sacrifice. But guess what? Satan requires the same thing. He requires your body to be a living sacrifice. You gotta give everything you got. Oh, you want to be Amber Rose? Cool. You're gonna have to give everything to do that. All relationship ties, come on. Read the backstories on all these people. There's always, they're looking for love. They're tired of all these niggas. They're tired of, they get bored with it. They get tired of it. Why do you think, come on, you got the Cardi B's of the world, they get married. They preach all that hold 'em, and then they go get married and settle down. As soon as they can find somebody to love them, they do. Why? Because they know once they get old, ain't nobody gonna be there. Ain't nobody gonna be putting up with that. Ay! That's a stage front. They want somebody that actually loves them. They dying for that. Them Instagram hoes ain't getting that. Them chicks that do bad all by themselves, they ain't getting that. And people that sold out, they're not getting none of that. They're not getting actual love. Y'all see that? And that's what the scripture shows right here is at the end of it, they're never gonna have had a relationship with the Most High. Because that's an empty life. I don't care if you're on the men's side or the women's side. If you're a man and you just jiggling all over town and you're hitting off everything you can get, eventually it's empty. It's hollow. What was that Eddie Murphy said when he got busted with the tranny? He was like, after you've been with so many women and every woman you meet will give it to you, you want to try something new.
God.
That's sick, right? See, after all that, the price comes to bear. The price tag comes, and you gotta pay that. You know what I mean? You gotta pay for that. When you meet Mr. Right after you done ran through every Instagram DM that you can get, and then you finally meet Mr. Right, what you got to offer him? Some whistles in the wind. You gonna offer him love and affection? Nah, you got 90 million. What is Priesty Shy say? 50-11 demons injected into you from all them other niggas, and now that's all you got to offer, Mr. Right. Now, when Mr. Right come along, you filled with all these spirits from all these other men. You learned how to please all these other men, so you don't know how to please him. You're confused now. Y'all see that? I mean, it's just counting the cost. The grass is always greener on the other side because it's full of manure.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Where am I at?
16.
Verse 15. Wisdom of Solomon 5:15. But the righteous live forevermore. Their reward also is with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High. Therefore shall they receive a glorious kingdom and a beautiful crown from the Lord's hand. For with his right hand shall he cover them, and with his arm shall he protect them. He shall take to him his jealousy for a complete armor, and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. And he shall put on righteousness as a breastplate, and true judgment instead of a helmet. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise. Then shall the right aiming thunderbolts go abroad, and from the clouds, as from a well drawn bow, shall they fly to the mark. And hailstones full of wrath shall be cast as out of a stone bow, and the water of the sea shall rage against them, and the flood shall cruelly drown them. Yea, a mighty wind shall stand up against them, and like a storm shall blow them away. Thus iniquity shall lay waste the whole earth, and ill dealing shall overthrow the thrones of the mighty. Just one thing on what you said, Ivy, about the money and the girl and the Instagram, You know, we just read it. He said it, but we read it. When you read verse 8, what have pride profited us? You know, you tell those type of people that they shouldn't be doing that life, and they're like, nah, I'm gonna do that. They fight against what you got to say. Or what good have riches with our vaunting brought us? So all money ain't good money. The prosperity of the rich, when you read in Psalm 73, right? It's for a moment, and it says it's the wicked that prosper in this world. So just remember that, yeah, you know, a lot of those people, I don't know if y'all remember, but they were getting ready to shut down OnlyFans. And niggas was in the uproar. Them chicks lost it. Because they were like, well, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? They were gonna change up something to where they weren't gonna be as profitable. I don't know if they were gonna shut it down, but they started getting nervous.
Yeah, they were gonna make it where you, I don't think you could do like lewd acts
You
and
could,
stuff like that.
right, you couldn't do nudity and that stuff. They were gonna change it up.
Yeah.
They lost it.
What am I gonna do if I can't do porn?
They lost it, but
It's crazy, man.
yeah, you know, so don't get caught up. We can't let the vaunting of their riches and their pride get us caught up in wanting to be like them or reflecting on our own lives or anything like that, because all the things that he was talking about, them like a ship that ain't got no trace, a bird that flies through the air, it's talking about those type of people and their money. Think about how many women done been strippers, and then they're not strippers, but they're broke. How many men have been drug dealers, but then they go to jail, and then they come out of jail and they can't even get a pair of jeans.
Or think about all the amount of strippers there are in the world, and how many of their names do you know? How many drug dealers have been in time, and how many of their names do you know? You only hear about the big time ones that got killed, right? Pablo Escobar's and stuff like that. They're all dead. So there's one side of the reward, right? And if you don't die, guess what? Nobody knows who you are, right? Well, I mean, oh, that's my weed man. They don't even give you a name while you're alive.
It's true.
Y'all see that? There's the dope man. That's not my name. No one will remember your name. Y'all see that? I don't remember the last stripper I went to. Like 18 years old. I don't remember her name. She didn't get famous. Most famous stripper y'all know is what? Cardi B, right? Is she still stripping? Technically. Technically, yeah, she takes all her clothes off for money still. Right? But that's one out of all the strippers there are. Her and Nicki Minaj, right? And what they're showing you is, if you are going to be a stripper and you want your name to be known, you better learn how to rap or dance or sing or something. You better have another skill. Right? Kim Kardashian, she ain't just known because she's a porn star. No, you better have a rich daddy. You better know how to sell some makeup or something. Y'all see that? But otherwise, how many porn stars do y'all know? How many porn stars' names ring throughout the eons? Like I was telling my real, like Yahawashi's name. There's Yahawashi, there's Michael Jordan, and there's Michael Jackson. In any language you go into, if you say those names, they'll know who you're talking about. In any language. But can you say the same for the most famous stripper you know? Can you say the same for the most famous drug dealer you know? Hell not. Even Pablo Escobar, he ain't internationally known. And he's dead. So remember the reward of that. He's got shot multiple times, I'm pretty sure. Right? Who was the other one? Manuel Noriega. Shot multiple times. Tony Montana. Imaginary character. Shot multiple times. It doesn't matter if you're imaginary. You're going to get shot multiple times. right? 50 Cent, shot 9 times. Started rapping. Right? Because they try to show you, look, even Biggie, right? Made his career selling drugs. Started rapping. Still got shot multiple times. Tupac shot multiple times. Y'all see the pattern? We can say the same thing on the other end though, right? Yahawashi got hung on a cross. But what was the reward after?
That's true.
See, there's a reward after for us dying for this. You ain't never heard about Biggie coming back from the dead. Really? On the third day, I'm gonna kick you in the door, wave in the 4-4. No, you're dead. He's gone. Y'all see that? So, there's a reward for righteousness. And if you haven't seen it yourself before, know there are people that have seen it, that are seeing it right now. We're not all waiting like me. I don't gotta wait to die and go to heaven. I'm living a semi-heavenly existence right now. If it wasn't for the health thing, boom. If it wasn't for my little thorn in my side, I'd be lifted above measure, like Paul said. Think about Paul. Paul had to have that infirmity in the flesh. He got to see Christ face to face, got personally selected by Christ. Like, and we're talking about after death. There's one thing when Christ was alive and he just happens to walk by you and say, hey, get yourself following me. There's another thing when he comes back from the dead in the spiritual form and comes down to earth to personally select you. That'll give me a big ass head right there. So he had to get a little thorn in his flesh. So he can remind himself, you know what? I'm still just a man. Y'all see that? But that's heaven. That would be a heavenly existence. That was handpicked by the risen Yahawashi. How many does that happen to? Y'all see that? Rather than the reward of, yeah, they found me on a stripper pole and gave me some lyrics to rhyme. And I signed a contract. Okay. What's the reward after? Y'all see that? I mean, I don't know. Do y'all follow these people's lives other than that they're rich? Because Cardi B is like publicly disgraced by her own husband. Right? Had a baby with this dude and then gets publicly disgraced by him. He's just all over town. Like, let me show you how not special you are. And it's all public. Y'all see that? All these guys, Shaquille O'Neal confessing it was my fault, right? All these guys that their woman gets with them because they're famous and then they publicly disgrace their woman. Yeah, they get half after the court settlement, but you got publicly disgraced. Everybody knows you're the one Shaq dumped. You're the one that wasn't special to that man. That any woman could have got that. See, you got to think about what you want your name to be. Rich and disgrace, or poor but with the promise of righteousness and everlasting life.
Right.
I don't know. That's an easy choice for me. Where we at?
That's it.
That's it?
Any questions? There was one online I can answer real quick. Does anybody in here got anything?
I have a question off the topic.
Yeah, off the topic. I mean, any questions on the reading? I know it was extensive. Anything off the topic? What's that?
Yeah, it's in Psalms. Psalm chapter 119 and 71, I believe.
Zion's favorite scripture. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 119, verse 71.
Right.
It is good for me that I have been afflicted, that I might learn thy statutes.
What's your question on that?
So my question is really like, I'm just trying to understand what he means by being afflicted, because, I seen, further up in the chapter, he talks about being afflicted, and I was just trying to understand being afflicted. Like, I looked up what it means, but
What does it mean? What'd you get?
I think I wrote it. It means affected with continued or often repeated pain, either of body or mind, suffering, grief, or distress of any kind, followed by or with, as afflicted at the loss of a child, by the rheumatism, or with losses. So I was just like, how did he become afflicted? I just had these questions like, and why does he say it like that? Like, why is it good that I am afflicted?
Just read 2 verses up. We're gonna make it simple. Because it's not that hard. Let's read 2 verses up.
Psalm chapter 119, verse
Right. Go ahead.
verse 69.
9. Yeah. Let's just see he's given us 2 instances here. He's given us the righteous, and he's given us the wicked. Go ahead.
The proud have forged a lie against me,
Go ahead.
but I will keep thy precepts with my whole heart.
Read 70.
Their heart is as fat as grease,
Right.
but I delight in thy law.
Right. So think about when the Most High says in Hebrews, he chastises those that he loves. Right? And he said he don't chastise who? So if you're without chastening, right? Which is Hebrews 12, right? He said if you're without chastening, you're like a bastard. You're a fatherless son, a fatherless daughter. You don't have that guide that protects you. So it's real simple, right? The affliction. Don't think about it as. I want to make sure I word this right. Look at it like this. Why do some have to be afflicted and feel? Okay, I'm gonna go right back to it real quick. Why do some brothers have to rent a car and crash it and feel that affliction?
So we go ahead.
But what were they supposed to learn? They were supposed to learn all the things we've been trying to show them for the last year and a half, right? Which is to do things in wisdom, do things in counsel. So, go ahead. No,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
So, and then I was looking at verse 67, because he said it there. Before I was afflicted, I went astray.
Right.
But now
Because
have I kept my way.
because think about a child look at it like children. Think about a child that's never been beat, but has never been punished. Right? They just do whatever. Right? But a child that at least had some type of reproof or some type of discipline, they're going to be more apt to say, wait a minute, there's consequences to my actions. So a person that's conscious and that's thinking, they're going to think about the affliction that they received, right? And it's going to make them think towards the next move. So let's just bring it something real practical and easy. You ate pork for your whole life. You got sick, right? But then when you stopped eating pork, which was you following the law, you got better. So now you got to think before you eat pork again. It was good that you were afflicted to know to keep the law. So now before you go and eat pork, what you going to think about? Or what should a conscious mind think about? You're going to think about the sickness. You're going to think about the byproduct of whatever moves you make. You see that? So he said it was good that I was afflicted, because before I got afflicted, I was just loose. There was nothing for me to keep my mind. Who will set scourges over my mind? Nothing to set my mind in order. remember he said the law should be like frontlets on your eyes. You know,
Okay.
horses that wear frontlets, that's all they can see. Everything else is blinded out from distraction. If something is coming to the side of that horse, he's going to be looking that way or looking to dodge or run. They blind the horse's eyes, but the law was supposed to blind us from feeling all the pain and hurt from breaking the law. You see that? So it's real simple. It's just like children. You punish a child in hopes that, right? I always think, I think about my own kids, but in hopes that they don't do the same thing or they think about the punishment before they act in the future. So that's why David said it. It was good that he was afflicted, because before he was, what did he say in 67? Read it.
Verse 67.
Yeah, 119 and verse 67.
Before I was afflicted,
Right.
I went astray.
Yeah, before. Why? Because there was no guide to keep me in. There was no boundaries. There was no repercussions of my action. There was no feeling of, oh, if I do this, this is what's going to happen.
And that affliction, just two real quick off the top. You got 2 Corinthians 6 and 4. You know, what type of affliction were these men going through? Somebody else gave Romans 8:35. When he says affliction, what does it mean? What does the scriptures mean by affliction? Because we know what the dictionary definition is, but what does that mean for us? You know what I mean? Because the dictionary definition don't necessarily fit our life. We're not going out there getting beat, punched in the face, daily, things like that. But what was the affliction for our people? What was the affliction for men of the Most High, sisters of the Most High? Read 2 Corinthians 6 and 4.
The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 6 and verse 4. But in all things are proving ourselves as the ministers of God, in much patience.
So we got to exercise patience. We got to go through things that are going to make us patient and show our patience to the Most High, which means what? You're going to deal with some trifling ass people, trifling situations, right? To exercise your patience. Like driving home down Bissonnette or driving home down any street in Houston where you got to deal with idiots. Like the most stupid people are given licenses out, right? And you gotta, this nigga just jumped right in front of me and stopped. You know what I mean? They drove up on the person next to me and then cut me off and then slowed down. And love that one. Love that one. Right? Glad we're in an open carry state and you could do stuff like that. See, this place will definitely teach you patience because you can't cuss them out, you can't flip them off. Why? Because they might have a gun, right? That's true. Because they're idiots in Houston. So you're gonna learn patience. Read.
In afflictions.
In afflictions, right? What are those afflictions? Go ahead.
In necessities.
You're gonna be in necessity. That's an affliction. When you need things, that's an affliction. Go ahead.
In distresses.
In distresses. See, what do they say about necessity? Necessity is the mother of invention, right? When you need, you try to figure out a way to get, right? When you look in your cabinet and all you got is sugar packets and ketchup, you like, I'm hungry, but I'm broke. You look at your bank account and it got sugar packets and ketchup too. You know what I mean? Like, wait a minute, I gotta make a move, right? I gotta get a job. I gotta sell something, make some cookies out of mud. I don't care. I gotta get money, right? You start inventing a way to make it happen. It teaches you. Y'all see that? It's the same thing when you're in affliction. When affliction is a necessity is an affliction. It's a version of affliction, and it makes you learn. It makes you learn how to invent. It makes you learn how to improvise. Y'all see that? He said in distresses, right? When you're in danger, right? If a pit bull was to jump a fence and just be right in your face, growling and foaming at the mouth, you gonna have to figure something out real quick. Huh? Damn, I got some beef jerky on me. Shit. I gotta get out of this situation, right? You're gonna invent something, or you're gonna die. Huh? So in distresses, that teaches you. Go ahead.
In stripes.
Getting beat teaches you. Right? I don't know if you ever practice learning how to use nunchucks, but that'll teach you real quick. When you think you Bruce Lee and you grab that one end of the nunchucks and you swing it around like you was Bruce Lee and crack yourself in the head, like real nunchucks, not the little foam ones. You crack yourself in the head with some nunchucks, you learn how to spin that thing right. You really do. Or you learn to put it down and never touch it again. Right? I'm not Bruce Lee. Let me put this down right here. Y'all understand? It teaches you. Go ahead.
In imprisonments.
In imprisonments, going to jail. We'll teach you some things. Go ahead.
In tumults.
In tumults, troubles, riots. That'll teach you some things. Who to look out for, who to watch out for. Go ahead.
In labors.
In labors. These are the things our forefathers went through. These are the things that our predecessors went through, the apostles, the disciples. This is what they went through. You understand? He said in labors, having to work. That'll teach you something. I don't want to work no more. When you got to go out and bust rocks or when you got to go out and dig ditches, you learn how to be a computer programmer real fast. You know what I mean? You learn coding real quick. You learn how to just sell oil or something when you get the air conditioning. Go ahead.
In watchings.
In watchings, when you got to wait for something. That'll teach you. Go ahead.
In fasting.
Fasting will teach you. That's a form of affliction. When you ain't got food, that'll teach you something.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
By pureness.
Go ahead.
By knowledge. By long suffering.
Learning teaches you something. Big surprise there, right? By knowledge. Go ahead. By long suffering. When you got to put up with a lot of things, it teaches you. You understand? You got kids now? Nah, right? But you've dealt with a lot of people in the mall, right? You dealt with a lot of sisters' kids. So when you have kids, what did you learn? All right? I can't choke this child right now. Right? This one's mine. Right? You learn. Go ahead.
By kindness.
Uh-huh.
By the Holy Ghost.
Somebody being kind to you. That teaches you some math. You know what I mean? I remember when I went to Shumswan's house in San Antonio the first time, and we went upstairs, man, this dude had a mint on the pillow, had your own little, he had a little rolled up thing where you had your own toothbrush, your own toothpaste, like a hotel, man. And you had your own bed made and everything. I was like, damn, he does this for guests. So I knew how to be hospitable at my house. Like I learned hospitality from someone. You know what I mean? Not saying brothers around me weren't hospitable, but that was some 5-star hotel type stuff right there. You know what I mean? Woke up, his rib and made healthy blueberry pancakes, whole wheat blueberry pancakes with just light syrup drizzled on them and a little powdered sugar sprinkled on top. Like, damn, where the hell am I? Like guest here or by royalty? You learn by that kindness, like, okay, that's where I'm lacking. You know what I mean? Because niggas come over my house, they get a boiled egg. You know what I mean? Oh, you want to go to McDonald's? I don't know. I don't know what to do with you. But now, I know how to be kind. You see that? Go ahead.
By the Holy Ghost.
By the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit will teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance and teach you that that's an affliction. Being in the Holy Spirit. That's a type of affliction. That will afflict you. The Most High will weigh up. He said he'll put it on you like a mighty stone of trial. You gonna be wise this time, or you want to learn the hard way again? Y'all see that? That's an affliction. When brothers are in the Holy Spirit and they corrected you, that's an affliction. Oh God, again? 3-hour counsel for real? That's an affliction, but it teaches you. Go ahead.
By love unfeigned.
And by not having fake people around you saying they love you. You got real love around you where you're getting correction, you're getting guidance, you're getting counsel, you're getting love. That real love, not that, like I had to tell the brother that's living at my house, listen, look around you. How many friends do you actually have? I took him to Proverbs 17:17. A brother is born in adversity, or no, 27:17. One of them, I can mix it up. But a brother is born for adversity, right? You're in adversity right now. Where are your friends at? How many of them welcomed you into their house? None of them. So who's a real friend to you? Ta-da. You know what I mean? That's real love. You homeless, I gave you a home. And I didn't even know you. Where are your friends at? The cats you smoke with? Where's the cats that you bought drugs from or sold drugs from? Or women you dealt with, where they at? Did they open their house to you? See, that's an affliction. That teaches. Huh? What else does it say?
By the word of
he said
truth.
He said by love unfeigned. So that getting that real love as opposed to the fake love, right? That Christmas love. Hey, I ain't seen you all 364 days out of the year, but now you come in here under the Christmas tree because you want something. Oh, you gave me a tie. So now that means you love me one day out of the year. Nah, that's fake love. That's feigned love. You see that? Real love teaches you, damn, this is how I'm supposed to love. This is how I show love. I don't just say I love you. I be ready to throw myself on a landmine. That's real love. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
By the word of truth.
The word of truth. That's an affliction. So trying to sit there and read through all 1,500 pages of this. That's an affliction. But you'll learn. Go ahead.
By the power of God.
Experiencing the real power of the Most High. That's an affliction. Getting your ass whooped. That's an affliction. Go ahead.
By the armor of righteousness on the right hand and on the left.
You're getting protected from all the horrible things that can happen to people in the world. I always tell people, watch 1,000 Ways to Die. Watch that series, and then come back and tell me the Most High ain't with you. You got chicks dying when they choked on a cucumber. Don't ask. You got cats getting fried up in a damn furniture finisher. These are the things that happen to people. A dude got squished like a tube of toothpaste by a steamroller while he was in a porta potty. Whoa. Yeah, these are things that can happen to you. And they don't because the Most High is with you. Y'all see that? It's true. So this is how we know what afflictions we go through every day, where the Most High is guarding us on the right hand and the left. Go ahead.
By honor and dishonor.
And dishonor, these are types of afflictions. Being raised up can be an affliction. It's hard on top, right? You always hear people say that. It's hard, it's lonely at the top, it's hard on the top, and it's also lonely at the bottom. It's also hard at the bottom. Go ahead.
By evil report and good report.
Right, by people lying on you and people telling you, saying something good about you. Why is people saying something good about you in affliction? Oh man, she knows how to make the best lamb stew. Guess what? Now you the lamb stew maker 10 years running. Right? It ain't even the question no more. Here's the lamb. You know what I mean? It ain't even a can you make it. It's here's the lamb. You know what to do. Right? Ooh, she makes good garments. Guess what you are now? You're the garment girl, right? You're the teacher of garments now, right? Oh, look, she knows how to design, she's like an interior decorator with the school. Guess what you are now? It ain't even a question. It ain't even a, hey, would you mind? It's, hey, we got a new school. You know what to do. Y'all see that? That's an affliction, but it teaches you. These things all teach you. Is that it?
As deceivers and yet true.
Right. If you go all the way to the end of that chapter, he's going to tell you all the different types of afflictions there are. Go to Romans 8:35 real quick.
Romans chapter 8, verse 35.
I'm sorry, if you go to the end of verse 10, you know, you'll get all the afflictions you're going to go through. As sorrowful, yet always rejoicing. As poor, yet making many rich. As having nothing and possessing all things. Those are all the afflictions we go through personally. In order for what? To receive the love of the Most High. Read where you're at.
Romans chapter 8, verse 35. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ?
So it's one thing to go to the dictionary and say, what is affliction? But Webster don't know everything. And Webster don't know the Bible. You know what I mean? Let the Bible interpret what a biblical word means. Because when you see affliction in the dictionary, you might think, hey, sign me up. But when you see affliction in the Bible, I don't know. Right? Like, damn, beatings? Really? Beating? Wait. But being known and unknown, wait a minute. I gotta be rich. I gotta be poor, but make other people rich? Do they tell you that when you try to sign up to be a stockbroker? Hey, yeah, you're gonna be broke all the time, but you're gonna make a lot of people a lot of money. Who signs up for that job? Right? Nobody. Go ahead, where you at?
Romans chapter 8, verse 35.
Mm-hmm.
Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation,
So that's an affliction, tribulation, troubles. Go ahead.
or distress,
Or distress, again. Go ahead.
or persecution,
Getting persecuted. This is the type of affliction we're going to go through. Go ahead.
or famine,
Or famine. Being hungry again. Go ahead.
or nakedness,
Not having clothes. You wearing the same outfit for a week, or having to rotate your 3 good outfits. Why? Because you working for the camp. You working to make sure the school rent is paid. That might be your life. Or you doing that because you making sure your kids got clothes before you do. Go ahead.
or peril,
Danger. Life-threatening danger. That's what peril is. You sign me up. Anybody? Yeah. And for free. Yeah. No. See, Steve Irwin, he'll stick his head in the alligator's mouth, but he gets paid. Yeah. Black Lives Matter, yeah, they'll go and protest in front of a bunch of cops and everything and possibly get tear gassed and all that because they gonna take your $6 million and go buy a mansion somewhere, right? So they get paid. But when you get rocks thrown at you, when you get cussed at, spit on, yelled at, called a black Hebrew Israelite and a cult and all that, you gonna do it for free. No. Go ahead.
or sword.
Or a sword, right? When you get killed, when you end up like hung upside down on a cross, you gonna do it for no pay. No? Go ahead.
Verse 36. As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long.
What?
We are killed all the day long.
This isn't fine print in the contract. This is the contract. That's the plain black and white is right there. You're going to be killed all the day long. Still want to sign up? See, this ain't for the weak. This ain't for the weak, the tender in heart. This is for the strong. This life, most people can't live it. This breaks strong individuals. Just our business we got set up breaks people. We'd be like, yeah, I don't know if we want to put this cat at EO. I don't know if he's ready yet. What job have you ever heard that at? Like, yeah, I don't know if we want to put her at the cash register at McDonald's. I don't know. It might break her. Nah, they teach you and you go do it. EO? Yeah, I know. You think it's just selling oils, but let's put you in the mall. End of the day, some of y'all gonna be red-faced. Some of y'all gonna be in a fight or 3. You know what I mean? Security gonna have to take y'all out. You don't tell me no! Right? You just gonna ignore me, nigga? You're gonna be heartbroken over a job. But that's the truth. Y'all see that? This is what we got, this is what we all signed up for. This is the affliction that teaches us, Lord. Makes us better than I'll give you this because it sounds like I'm making a bunch of hollow promises. Take a month off, go hang out with your friends in the world. You don't even want to, right? Because you already know the elevation you've achieved over them. And just you being able to see that, you ain't got to go back and hang out. But that's what the truth has done through all those afflictions. Through all those things you've been going through and having to put up with sisters' mouths and brothers yelling at you and telling you what you're doing wrong and everything. It made you a person that you couldn't even look back and say, I want to be my own self. Huh? That's what he means. That's what he's saying. When I was afflicted, I got instruction. You see that? Go back to that 119 verse 71.
Psalm chapter 119 verse 71. It is good for me that I have been afflicted.
See? That's what he means. It's good that I went through famine, distress, and peril and sword. It's good. Because, shoot, he keepeth all my bones, not one of them is broken. And I done learned, guess what? You can't see the Most High. But when you go through all that, you look back at your life like, I should be dead. Why am I? There's a supernatural reason I'm not dead. That wasn't through my own skill. You know what I mean? When that clan member drove 60 miles and landed on my front porch and shot it out with the cops and got himself filled with holes and killed one of the cops. And I was coming home from school at the time. It was supernatural that I didn't end up in the middle of that. And that I was protected. Y'all see that? That I kept my calm and didn't even feel like freaking out. I was at peace. That was a supernatural thing. The Most High was with me. I look at things like that and say, yeah, I ruined a good FUBU outfit, but nobody cares about FUBU now anyway, and I'm still alive. And that nigga that shot it out with him is dead. In the same block I was in. See that? So something supernatural intervened to keep me alive and him dead. See? It solidifies all them scriptures. The wicked are ransom for the righteous. All those things. The Most High is with you whithersoever thou goest. Right? It solidifies that for me because I can't see the Most High. I can't see the angels he got encamped around about me, but I can see the effects. God? It's like you can't see breathing. You can't see air, but you feel the effects. Go without it. God? So that's what teaches you. It teaches you about the Most High. It teaches you about His presence with you. God? That it?
Well, that was just the second precept.
What it say?
That I might learn thy statutes.
See? That I might learn thy statutes. That's what makes me know these statutes are written. That's what really gives me an intimate knowledge. When brothers be like, man, how you know how to break down that class so well, this and that? Because I've been through it. You know what I mean? I've been through things in life and learned things in life and studied things in life, and now I have an intimate knowledge. I've seen these things pop out of this book and become part of my life. I can't deny it. I can't say it's not real. You got atheists that they read through the book and be like, oh, that ain't real. Cats can't walk on water. The sea don't just park for people, blah, 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 blah. But when you've been there, you can't argue with it. You know what I mean? I've been through every situation that you've seen somebody get killed by the cops on. All of them. The dude with his knee on his neck, all that. The choke outs, the hit in the throat, the damn near shot at, all that. I'm still here without a scratch or a cut. You know what I mean? But he kept all my bones, not one of them is broken. Biggest thing I've had is a chipped knee. Y'all see that? So when David says he keepeth all my bones, not one of them is broken, and he been in a fight with 10,000 niggas, I can understand how that could happen. Y'all see that? Because I've been there, did that. When you live it, there ain't no dispute. It helps you learn the precepts. It helps you understand, damn, he really is with me whithersoever I go. Y'all see that? When I was a little knucklehead nigga, didn't even pray to him. He was there. Huh? Any other questions?
No, just what you were saying, the affliction that you go through, it might sound crazy, but you gain a different aspect. You appreciate the affliction that you went through.
Yeah.
Like at the time, you're like, I don't know why the Most High is doing this to me, but then when you look back and you see the darkest times you look at it and you're like, man, I'm so glad I'm with you.
Yep.
You know, 'cause- and then you appreciate it.
Yeah. Big time. What's that?
And as for me, my life has changed in a way that I never thought would. And there was times I fought against it, but
Now hold on. What you just said, it changed more than you ever thought would, right?
yeah. And
That's a scripture that we always think, damn, when I get to heaven, I'll get more than I ever thought of, right? You'll give me, I have not seen nor ear heard, right? And we think when I die and go to heaven, I'll get that, but you got that right now.
exactly. And this is, I'm glad that in the beginning, when my cousin first started sharing this with me, I was one of them. I thought, my cousin lost his mind. But then I started remembering questions that I
Wait,
was
Shamael?
asking.
Yeah.
Oh, he has lost his mind.
Yeah,
No.
no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. And anyway, to make a, because I don't want to lose my thought. I'm going through something now, and I fought against it for a minute, but just a little that I've gone back and studied and researched, I know God's with me, and I know that this is where I should be. And I say that to say this too. Just yesterday, you know, I said, I'm just so tired of working, you know, for a man, you know. I want to work for Christ, like it should have been a long time ago. So in other words, this is where I need to be to get the establishment. Then I go home and continue it on. And it's been a good thing for me to come and sit and to hear this, because in this class today, my mind is made up, and I'm determined that this is what I have to go through, because now I do know that God has been calling me for a long time, and I'm just happy here this morning. Because I know now that I'm doing it for a reason, and that is the reason I'm here.
God. And that's a big thing that you said right there, is you're doing it for a reason. There's a purpose to your life. Can you say that about any other profession? That at the end of it, there was going to be a purpose. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm going to put criminals in jail. All of them? You're going to stop crime single-handedly? No. Time is going to roll on without you, and niggas is still going to be robbing gas stations. You will not put a dent in the criminal element. Right? Oh, I'm going to be a cop and fight crime. All of it? No. Right? I'm gonna be a doctor and I'm gonna save lives. All of them? Nobody's gonna die ever again because you're a doctor. See, but in this, we put a dent. We put a dent in Satan's plans. We put a dent in the wicked and in their plans. Like, we can all say that. Like, we can literally show you in time where we've done that. We're like, the books, just off the books alone, when we present certain books, the price fluctuates on them. It's like, yeah, we did a cable show with that book on it, and they dropped the price just because we exposed how much they were selling it for. That affected the internet. We exposed how when you type in beautiful black women on Google, you get butt naked women all over the place, but when you type in beautiful white women, you get all these well-dressed, professional-looking women with all buttoned up and everything. And they switched that right away. We've actually affected change in the world. There's places I've never been before in my life where they knew my name. I'm like, oh, how you know me? Oh yeah, we watch your YouTube video. Like, wow. I'd have never known that I even affected your life. See that? So your life here matters. No matter what you're doing. If you ain't on a cable show, you're helping somebody that's on a cable show. If you're a sister and you're like, well, I ain't never gonna be out street teaching and have a public face, yeah, but you're gonna dress the public face. You're gonna feed the public face. You're gonna help the school
keep that public face out of the rain.
Gone.
You understand? There's an effect. You're effectual with this. There's no effect to any other job. To anything you're gonna do out in the world, you're not gonna have an effect in the spiritual realm and the physical realm at the same time. Y'all see that? Anything else? Well, yeah, that was a beautiful testimony right there. Great statements, great questions.
There was one online. It says, when Yahawashi returns, will there be any saved that are caught in sin?
Being saved and are caught in sin. Remember, he weighs your heart. He tries the reins. The righteous fall 7 times, but the wicked fall to their own mischief. So yeah, you're going to be caught doing something, but he's going to weigh that in the balance of the other things you've done. Y'all remember, he was watching David in everything. When David sinned with Bathsheba, he could have instantly been like, okay, that's it. You're done. But what did he do? He weighed out his other actions in the balance. He weighed out his what? His broken spirit and his contrite heart. Psalms 51. So if you need scriptures to justify that.
Can I just read this real quick?
Of course.
Just make it simple. This is 1 Corinthians 15. The one thing we got to understand is that we're going to sin all the way up until Christ gets here. Ain't nobody going to be perfect. So, 1 Corinthians 15. 15 and 51. Read that.
Behold.
Yeah, go ahead.
Behold, I show you a mystery.
Right.
We shall not all sleep.
Right.
But we shall all be changed.
Right. But that coming of Christ, not everybody's just going to die. Not everybody's going to be dead, but he said we're all going to be changed. Changed from what to what? Well, the ones that are still here on the earth fighting and pushing, they're still going to be not, like his wording, caught in sin. It's not that you're going to be caught doing some act. Not that mind, but you're still going to have some imperfections in you. You see that?
You said all your righteousness is filthy rags.
Yeah. So what do you have to be changed from? Again, we're going to be sinning up until the point that Christ comes. Nobody's going to be perfect. The just man falls 7 times. He said it. You're going to keep falling and getting back up. Read on.
In a moment.
Right?
In the twinkling of an eye.
See, in a moment you'll be changed, but that's after Christ comes. Go ahead.
At the last trumpet.
Right?
For the trumpet shall sound.
See, at the last trump is when you're going to be what we call or what we think we know as perfect. Go ahead.
And the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
Go ahead.
And we shall be changed.
See, it keeps telling us we're going to be changed to incorruptible. Go ahead.
For this corruptible must put on incorruption.
Go ahead.
And this mortal must put on immortality.
What is immortal? What about us is immortal? It says in Wisdom of Solomon 1:16 that righteousness is immortal. So to be immortal, we got to be changed from the to be immortal, to get immortality, we got to change from that corruption. So that little bit of sin that's going to be in us, that has to be wiped away. But what are we doing? Hold that real quick. Go to Proverbs. What are we doing daily? Proverbs 4:18.
Proverbs chapter 4, verse 18.
Right.
But the path of the just
right.
is as the shining light.
Go ahead.
That shineth more and more.
See, the light gets brighter and brighter. The more you scrub off the sin, the imperfection, the immortality, the corruption. I said that right. The incorruption or the corruption. The more you get that off of you, the more mortal or immortal you become. But the dirtier that we are, the more mortal we are, right? We're more susceptible to death in many different forms. But if I had cigarettes, pork, and anger, I got 3 ways to die. But if I stop smoking cigarettes, now I got 2 ways to die. If I put away pork, now I got 1 way to die. So the more we clean ourselves up, the less things can harm us and put us in that death. Y'all see that? So day by day, we're supposed to be doing what? Well, Paul said it, I die daily. Right? Killing that old man, killing that imperfection, that corruption in us, to be found perfect as much as we can until that twinkling of Christ. Go ahead.
Unto the perfect day.
Right. Go ahead. Is that it?
Come.
Yeah. So we gotta do what we can do. Rehearse the righteous acts. Even with Ivy's question about the affliction and the law, right? Going through all those things as best we can, and think about it. How many times are you going to go through the same thing in the truth? That depends on how long you've been here. You've probably been through the same thing. You've been through the same things for a long time. But even when you learn, guess what? There's another level that's added. Ecclesiasticus 2 never stops. That's a constant sediment in the truth. And your Ecclesiasticus 2 just changes according to your learning or your knowledge. So it's to make you better. It's to purge. It's to get those imperfections out of you. But we're gonna be working on ourselves until Christ comes. So I think it's the wording he used, caught in sin, where we're gonna be needing grace until Christ comes. Y'all get that, right? But the point is, we're supposed to be working on ourselves, and then he's going to take all that sin and that corruption out of us in one shot. You got to get yourself to 95%. Christ is going to do the other 5% that you couldn't get over. That makes sense?
Now, if you're doing wickedness when he gets back,
right? Yeah, that's different.
He said, bless the man that is found so doing the work. But if he comes back and you done began to beat the servants and get drunk with the drunken, you got punishment coming. If that's what he catches you doing, think about it. If you got home and your kids was in the middle of writing on the wall, they get the butt whooping, right? So it's the same thing. If Yahawashi come back and you in the middle of committing adultery, he's probably not going to pat you on the back and say,
well, let me say something about that. You're absolutely right. But and the path to the shining, that's exactly why I went to Proverbs, just to, maybe I should have said it, but you're saying it, to kill the notion that if my path is being illuminated more and more, adultery is no longer on the table. Right. Right? So that I think it kind of goes without saying, but he said it, and it's good because that way nobody's confused. But adultery and those things that that you did in the former life, murder and those things. Think about it. If you're working on yourself, you're gonna work on the big things, and then there's gonna be small, little things, the details in you, the small things we overlook. Where now those can be sinful, but it's not on the. Let me say it. I'm gonna say this. Just bear with me. It's not on the level of an adultery, or on the level of murder. Those willful sins, right? Where we know all sin is the same, right? All sin is counted as sin. You break one, you break them all. But there's a certain mindset behind adultery. That's not an accident, right? We both slipped. No, that's set up. If you don't murder. That wasn't an accident. You went out, you held a grudge, you did that. But how about working on yourself to not hold a grudge? Then you won't murder. So I didn't go that far into it because I'm hoping that y'all understand that it's not, I can, be a murderer when Christ comes and I'll be accepted.
Yeah, you don't give alms your whole life and then you're in the middle of drowning your 7th kid when Christ comes back and then he's like, oh yeah, you know what, we're just gonna wink at this one. Nah, you in the middle of murdering somebody, you're probably gonna get punished. Okay?
Yeah. So did we finish? Yeah, we finished it. I mean, y'all get that, right? Yeah. That wasn't online. Anything else?
There was one online.
Oh, really?
They
Really? Where?
just put it. You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm late.
It says, how do I explain that being a lesbian is homosexuality, even though the Bible describes it as between men, not women?
Well, homosexuality is meaning, just the word itself means same sex. Right? And then when you go to Romans, but homosexuality, the terminology means same sex. So the white man is telling you that it's homosexuality, right? He should know best, right? I mean, okay, you don't know best. I guess you don't. I guess we're gonna leave that to him, right? And the Sodomites. But right, when you go to Romans, cause I get what they're saying. When you read in the law, it doesn't say. First of all, it doesn't even use the word homosexual in the Bible, right? It uses sodomite. It doesn't use the word lesbian in the Bible.
Yeah, it tells you when a man lies with another man as he lies with a woman.
Right. It uses those terms, but then if you go to Romans,
Yeah, 27.
Romans 1, and what is it? Romans 1, right. Romans 1 and what? 27? Read it real quick.
Likewise, and Romans chapter 1, verse 27.
Right, because this, all Paul was doing here was quoting the law of sexual immorality in Leviticus about, and he was given a little bit more edification, where that mind leads to, where that came from, how it started. That's what Paul was doing.
And closing the loopholes.
Yeah. So the word lesbian and homosexual ain't used, but sodomite. And as we read in Romans, these other words are going to be used to kind of give us the clarity. Go ahead. How come I didn't see this question?
Romans chapter 1, verse 27.
Mm-hmm.
And likewise, also the men,
Right?
leaving the natural use of the woman,
Right?
burned in their lust one toward another.
So that's
Right.
gay, right?
Right?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Men with men,
Right?
working that which is unseemly,
Uh-huh.
and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which was meat.
Go ahead.
No. Go back to verse 26.
26?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, forgive me. Romans chapter 1, verse 26. For this cause the Most High gave them up unto vile affections.
Right. So
What were those vile affections?
For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature.
See that? So this is addressing the women directly. Why? Because it's not just covering homosexuality, it's covering women using baseball bats, trampolines, midgets, the whole 3-ring circus in the bedroom.
mini horses.
You know what I mean? Yeah, mini horses, right.
True.
Dogs.
All of that, right? Trees, whatever.
Vile affection.
Yeah, these are all covered under vile affection. Your battery operated boyfriends and your things that are supposed to massage your muscles. Go ahead.
Oh, verse 27. And likewise, also the men.
And this likewise means and the same thing, right? Likewise and the same, the men doing what?
Leaving the natural use of the woman.
Go ahead.
Burn in their lust one toward another.
Right, man towards man. So the men did it likewise as the women did it. So the Bible doesn't have to use the words that are used in today's society, but it's still giving you the instance through example of what man and women was doing back then. So how do you explain that lesbianism is homosexuality? You take them right here to Romans 1:25 down to verse 30. You go back into the law of Leviticus and just define the word homosexual. It means same sex, dealing with the same sex. That's why That's why they hit you with all these other terms: pan, bi, poly. What else?
Polyamorous.
Poly, yeah.
What is that?
Because they don't associate with men or women. There's I don't know. I'm gonna say things that I
Asexual, polyamorous, polyandry, like, plural.
because you got people that
Pronouns.
don't associate themselves with being a man or a woman. So now we got to create some sexuality to box them into. That's all it is.
And of course, all the philias, the necro, the
Meta.
dendrophilia, all that stuff like that. It's a nice big list of stuff that's discussed.
It's like the thing that he said with Dwayne Wade's son. So Dwayne Wade's son changed himself into a girl. Dwayne Wade's boyfriend was a girl. No. Girl. He was a boy that went to a girl. The other one was a girl that went to a boy. So really, they're operating in like a heterosexual relationship, even though they're transsexuals. So there's a thing for that though. I don't know what it is, but there's a name for that. It falls under something sexual. Confused sexual. Think about it. You got two transgenders that are operating as heterosexuals.
It's crazy.
It's weird, right? But there's a title for it. It's like, why'd you do all the cutting and all that drama? Just go get, just be a boy and she be a girl and you good.
Same thing with the Kardashians' dad, Jenner.
That's it. Yeah, is it?
Yeah, he went tranny, but he only likes to deal with women.
Right.
What?
Yeah. Anyway, is that it? I'm wore out. Are we done?
Yeah, if they want to find it in Leviticus, it's Leviticus chapter 20, 13.
Is we finished or is we done? I'm feeling like Birdman right now. No, but is that it? Do we got anything else? Anything to address? Anything that we need to bring out? Bob? All right. Ahmad, you want to punch out the door? You want to do that? Let him do it. What's up, priest? What's up, priest? Shalom, priest.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Shemar, Shemai, Lata Palak now, Shalom Bajimka, Zayawab, That's Shabbat, Babakosha, Shalah, Hayaka Allah, Wa'alahayim, La, Shemar, Barak, Rapah, Chazak, Magan, Samat, Ha'ayin, Shal Yasha'Allah. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive us all our sins. Yahawashi, come quickly, for in you is our hope, now and forever. Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Translate that?
Yeah. Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, and much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahawashi, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahawashi.
Let me blow this real quick. Yeah.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahawashi. in the name of Yahawashi gives us the law. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah. Awar. Lara'ah.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah. Ha'ayah. Ha'ayim.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
Hawa'ah.
Shaman. Zayah.
La. Mashach. Yasser Allah.
Yasher.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
All right, so if y'all want to get anointed, you come on after the prayers, and we will anoint brothers first, then sisters, and the children. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh. And to sing praises unto your name. O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning. And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou Yahweh. Has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not. Neither does a fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass. And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish. It is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire. On my enemies. And my ears shall hear my desires. Of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh. Shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Show me how it's Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'alwa, Hadawad, Hana, Matawad, Wama, Ma'ayan, Shabbat, Achim, Gam, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawad, Al-Hara'ash, Yarad, Al, Zakwan, Aharon, Shayarad, Al, Hayah, Madawatyawa, Katal, Haramwan, Shayarad, Al, Hararia, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawad, Yahweh, Ath, Habaraka, Kayayim, I will
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that ascended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahawashi.
The water. Tamyada. Amen.
Call it.
Men of Israel, I imagine. Barak.
Yahawashi Mehashab Rakatam.
Kum Yashmal.
Kum Yashmal.
Kum Yashmal.
Kum Yashmal.
Kum Yashmal.
Kum Yashmal. Get him a top. Turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Saluting now the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, I imagine. Barak.
Yahawashi
Yahawashi.
Yanya Matah. Dismiss. Say the shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
We'll see y'all back here on Wednesday. Well, we got class Monday, but we're live Wednesday. Yes, sir.